of hardness, darkness, Saturnian kind of. Lead is the heaviest, darkest metal, symbolizing the heavy, dark, leaden, depressive kind of consciousness that we can get into if we don't bring consciousness to bear on it. If we bring the fire of attention, the fire of awareness, the fire of life, perception, to this kind of consciousness, we raise it to the point where it's a reflective and conductive type of consciousness, as is gold. Very malleable, can be shaped into ornaments and artistic forms. And this is would be the analogy, the imagery for expressing the change of consciousness, the actual change of your mode of thinking, your mode of responding to the world, the mode in which you perceive the world. The yogic tradition is a little bit more separated from the physical world. But it works basically with the same kind of, it doesn't work so much with animal or plant, for example, plant substances, although some aspects of yoga do. For example, the tantric tradition in India does use plants and herbs and so forth as an adjunct to consciousness work, but more concentrating on the mental techniques, the meditational techniques of yoga, but the purpose being the same, being the contact with the inner world. And animals are used as symbols, of course. You have animals and the chakras and that kind of thing. In Taoism, it's interesting because there the yogic aspect of alchemy is much clearer. It's much more clearly spelled out that alchemy is also a yogic internal practice. So I would see yoga and alchemy as being the Indian and Chinese equivalent to what in Europe became the alchemical tradition. And which before, in the pre-literate, pre-technological, Neolithic and Paleolithic culture was shamanism. Shamanism, animism meaning that nature is alive. One other thing I wanted to say about alchemy is that Jung said, well, the alchemists were projecting the contents of their unconscious into matter. So they were looking at the processes going on in the retorts and having visions or hallucinations from that. They were really projecting their own internal dynamics into that. And what I've come to realize is that this is both true and not true, in the sense that yes, there is projection going on. You are projecting your own images that come out of your own ancestral inheritance into these processes that you're seeing. It's not, however, necessarily, it's not an unconscious projection, because the images that you're projecting are these mythic images that you've been taught, that you have learned from your teachers and from your books that you've read. The figures and the stories of the gods and the animals and so forth, the stories of the ancestors, which is what the mythology is, the story of our ancestors, are projected into these processes. It's a conscious, not an unconscious projection. And it's also, again, to remind you of this thing about the inner and the outer, it's not only a projection. Yes, there is projection, but there is also perception. Projection and perception are the two poles of the processes of our attention in relationship to the world. We constantly project images from within us. We project meaning from us. But we also can be and need to cultivate our receptivity, our ability to perceive or to apperceive, as some people say. Apperception is a sort of contextual perception where you get not only the thing there, but the whole context in which that thing is and how it relates to you, and the feelings and the associations that go along with it. That's a receptive process. And in this, there's an exquisite and poignant dance in the interplay between these projective and receptive, perceptive processes that we engage in all of our lives, because it's extremely easy to get stuck in one or the other mode. And getting stuck in one or the other mode is equally detrimental. Many psychics, for example, get stuck in the receptive mode. They're not able to make the discrimination between what's their own projection and what they're actually perceiving. And often they take on a lot of physical illnesses or psychic discontents and distress as a result of that. So, shamanism, alchemy, and yoga as traditional technologies of consciousness transformation, which allow us to be in greater access and communication with the other worlds of consciousness, which we exist around us. And you might say, somebody might raise the question, well, no, so what? Who cares? Why is it important that we have contact with these other worlds? Well, the reason for the importance basically is if the model that these other worlds exist, that we live in a multidimensional reality, is correct, then we're in deep shit trouble if we don't pay attention to the other worlds. Since all of the traditions, spiritual traditions, psychic, philosophical, religious traditions of all times, including shamanism, are unanimous in asserting this claim that our ordinary attention and consciousness is limited to this pathetic fragment of the possibility to be perceived. Like the Sufis say, we're like a man who lives on the ground floor of a 7-story mansion, having forgotten completely that there is the other 6 floors exist above him, which are larger and more spacious and greater and more beautiful and more interesting than the one that he lives in. And if a lot of your essential knowledge comes through to you from these other dimensions and you've lost contact with them, you don't even have the essential mechanisms for survival. See, psychic perception or extrasensory perception or clairvoyance and all these things that the shamans and the alchemists and the yogis talk about, they're not luxuries. They're not something we can indulge once we've taken care of survival. They evolved as adaptive evolutionary processes. And we've lost them to a large extent through atrophy. They've atrophied through misuse. It's very clear from anthropological research that primitive, pre-literate Aboriginal cultures have abilities that we call telepathy, clairvoyance, and so forth as a matter of course. They take it for granted, and they use it for survival. For example, think of a hunter tribe that's in Africa, the Bushmen and the Kalahari. This has been documented, that sends out a band of 6 hunters to track some animal, which they may be gone for 5 days. Okay, and they have to chase this big animal, such as a giraffe or a buffalo or whatever it may be, and bring it back. So they have no telephone, telegraph, they can't send runners. How are they going to stay in communication with the tribe? It's been documented that they are in communication with, telepathic communication with the tribe, whether the tribe can know that it's essential to their survival. They need to know when food is going to come, whether the people are okay. Be clairvoyance, which simply means being able to see some of these more subtle phenomena that are normally kind of just disappearing into invisibility or imperceptibility, is equally essential. And your survival could hinge on it. So I see this, and we're not exactly in a position to say that our attitude has contributed to our survival. I mean, people do say that. People even say that nuclear deterrence has, the nuclear buildup has prevented nuclear war so far, hasn't it? We should congratulate ourselves how well we've done. Nobody who can look at the situation we're in can say that we are survivors. We've had to concentrate on the material world in order to survive, and therefore we can't indulge in luxuries such as these weird peoples of ancient cultures had the leisure to do, apparently. It's not the way it is. One interesting difference in the shamanic practice that's now from their role in traditional culture, some of which of course still exist, is that in what you might call neo-shamanism is no longer the shamanism of the expert. This is one of the things I appreciate very much about what Michael Horner does. He's taken certain aspects of what he calls core shamanism, whether it's that or not doesn't matter, certain techniques shared by shamanic cultures all over the world, and shown that Westerners, Anglo, white Westerners, middle class, with all the conditioning and brainwashing that the rationalistic, Newtonian, mechanistic world model has succeeded in impinging and putting on all of us, and can within a very short time have shamanic experiences, can open up doorways to these other worlds, can establish ally relationships, totemic relationships. They're not really totemic, because totemic means family, comes from the ancestry, and these are not. These are new. These are individual new. So everyone has the potential for becoming a shaman, becoming a practitioner of shamanism. It's no longer you need to go to the expert, the one person in the tribe who played that role. Because now we've evolved all kinds of other approaches for, of course we still have experts, and it's okay to use experts, but on the other hand, what's much more important is that people, the actual you and me, all of us, anyone who cares about the world that we live in and would like to survive and would like to see this world pass on to our children and our grandchildren, it behooves us all to make use of every possible help, method, tool, technique, ally, spiritual, technological, as long as it helps us get there and accomplish this purpose. We'd be fools not to use it. I've recently come to understand also that there are different varieties of shamanic path, and this might help some of you think about how you might relate to that kind of path, and we can talk further about this afternoon too. Part of this came for me out of a distinction that's made in the Polynesian, Hawaiian shamanic complex between, starting with the assumption that the shamanic path is one of the obtaining this otherwise inaccessible knowledge, usually not accessible knowledge, that they make a distinction between the path of the warrior and the path of the adventurer. And this is a very interesting distinction. The path of the warrior is a path that emphasizes impeccability and intense observation and attention. And it has a worldview that says the world is a dangerous place filled with malevolent forces, both ordinary human and spirit. And it's the task of the warrior to be able to defend himself, him or herself, at all times against these prevailing malevolent forces in the world around us. And therefore the path of the warrior emphasizes this highly disciplined kind of practices. It tends to emphasize ordeal, self-infliction of pushing one's own limits for endurance or pain tolerance in order to extend one's limits of tolerance and steel oneself, as it were, for this ongoing combat. Basically, it's the impeccability, to me, consists, and Castaneda's books are good examples, are good descriptions of this path and this attitude. Impeccability, to me, consists in this sense of balance between what I've called the projective and the perceptive. Not just having the vision and sort of, oh yeah, vision, groovy, wow, taking it in. Many people have that attitude towards psychedelics. Just take it and wow. Impeccability means you look back. You don't just take it. You look and you try to discriminate and to discern between what are your own projections based on your own fears and fantasies and what is really going on there and what really is going on there. You need to be able to observe. You need to be able to catch the details. You need to be able to see through the surface in order to get the meaning that's being expressed by that surface of form. And that to me is impeccability. Impeccability means not just indulging and having the vision, it means observing the vision that you're shown in all states of consciousness. Now, the adventurer, the path of the adventurer is a little bit different. The adventurer actually needs to have the same impeccability and the same attention to observing and really attending to detail. However, he doesn't necessarily, and he agrees, the adventurer agrees, that the world is filled with malevolent forces, but that's not all. The adventurer, whom I actually prefer to call the explorer, so you think of it as adventurer-explorer, as a type of path, as an orientation, says, yes, okay, we need to be able to protect ourselves, so we'll learn the skills of the warrior. But on the other hand, reality is infinitely fluid, well, not infinitely, it's fluid and flexible within certain limits, and these limits can be extended and expanded. And the adventurer then rather tries to generate or co-create a picture of reality in which the potential for unfolding and for creative expression of everyone participating in it is maximized. So it's creating an environment, creating a setting, co-creating a space, a context, a reality in which each and every one of us humans and the animals and the plants and nature herself can be recognized as a community of equals and can have the right to unfold their own destiny. This is what the deep ecology movement is, how deep ecology connects into shamanism. Because deep ecology says every species of plant or animal and the environmental elements themselves have an equal right to live their life without having their integrity violated by one particular arrogant species. So, the adventurer, explorer, and the warrior consciousness share the emphasis on impeccability, on observation, on detail, on discipline to a certain extent, but the adventurer, explorer also emphasizes creativity more. The creative play to allow the unfolding of these created realities that maximize everyone's potential. So the drawback of the warrior consciousness is that it has a tendency to become paranoid. Right? Because this kind of suspiciousness, the world is full of malevolent forces, shades very easily into paranoia. And when you think of warrior consciousness, not so much in the shamanic context, see, the shamanic warrior consciousness is conscious warrior attitude in relationship to the inner worlds, or the other worlds. Warriors, of course, exist in the ordinary world, and one kind of summary statement of the kind of mess that we're in right now is to say that the warrior consciousness on this planet has run amok. When you look at the governments of the world, both first, second, and third world countries, 99% of them are military cliques, military elites. The military-industrial complex has been in charge of, basically, they have access to the largest amount of resources, they have access to all the science and technology, they have access to the largest amount of money, they control, they dominate, they are parasitical on the economy. Because the military economy is not a life-sustaining economy. It's a life-destroying economy, which doesn't produce anything of value that sustains and supports life. Therefore, it's parasitical on the rest of the economy of people who grow food and live lives and try to, have babies and continue the life on this world. The difference between parasitism and symbiosis is very crucial. Symbiosis means mutual cooperative support of each other's evolutionary development. Parasitism is evolutionary development of one species or group or clan of another, at the expense of another. The colonial enterprise, the entire colonialism is a form of parasitism. That's why we shouldn't be surprised when third world countries don't think of America as the land of opportunity as so much as the land of imperialist oppression and exploitation. The opportunity is not for them. So we are the ones that go in there, force them to change their agriculture over to doing monocultural things, which leads to, and force them to grow crops that they can sell for cash to make our hamburgers, to feed our cattle, and therefore not be able to feed themselves and destroy the rainforest. You know, they're not doing that. They wouldn't come up with that as a mechanism of survival. It's a parasitism. It's for us. We consume all that stuff, and they are left with the waste matter. So this is one difference in which the shamanic revival, neo-shamanism, differs from the traditional role, is in its emphasis on each individual has the ability and the necessity and the right, certainly, to practice, desirability of practicing it yourself. See for yourself. Find out for yourself. Go for yourself. Go and see. See what you can learn. And the other, to me, very, well, this is not really a difference from before, but let me say something about what I think is the significance of this, and both Terence and Joan have already alluded to it. It's because the pre-literate shamanic aboriginal cultures, primal cultures, have preserved this sort of shamanistic, animistic, pagan worldview, is one of the reasons why it's important for us to study these cultures and to study our own past. Because we had that, our own ancestors had that kind of relationship to nature, which is completely different. They had a relationship to nature that was based on a sense of community with nature. This is one of the things Thomas Berry, the philosopher who's just come out with this extraordinary new book called Dreaming the Earth, emphasizes. The notion of community needs to be extended from the one that we usually are used to, the human community, to a community of humans with animals, with plants, with the natural elements of the environment, the earth itself, and with the spirits that dwell in it. This interconnectedness, interwovenness, which we have lost, which is exemplified in and emphasized in some scientific movements, particularly the Lovelock hypothesis, the Gaia hypothesis of Lovelock, which states that the world, apparently on scientific evidence alone, behaves like a living organism, like a living, breathing, giant organism, like a supercell. And the deep ecology movement, which says that ecology is not just a matter of preserving our resources, it's a matter of shifting out of an anthropocentric viewpoint, a human-centered viewpoint, into a biocentric viewpoint, in which life is at the center. And our task is to do everything we can to preserve and sustain life, and everything we can to avoid harming or to try to minimize the harm or the intrusion or the invasion or the destruction of anybody else's habitat. That the whole thing is interwoven in a unity. Now, Gaia, the notion of Gaia, the world by itself, there are certain limitations in that view too. For one thing, the Gaia hypothesis, as a scientific hypothesis, I think it's a major step forward in science. It's not quite the view of animism, because animism says that not only is the earth alive and all the different parts of the earth are alive, but these are sacred intelligences. So if you say the earth is alive, but you're still talking from within a mechanistic worldview, then it's alive in the way other animals and plants are alive, which is basically like a machine. Animals and plants, according to mechanistic biologies, are just self-reproducing machines. Self-regulating, self-reproducing machines. It's still a mechanistic worldview. We don't need to speculate about what Lovelock's views might be personally. They might be quite different from his scientific hypothesis. So it's okay to have the hypothesis, but I think the next step that still needs to be taken, that involves an integration of science and spirituality, which have also become separated, is to recognize that nature is not only alive, the earth is not only alive, but it's intelligent, we can communicate with it, and through direct means, and it's a sacred world. It is in fact interlinked with the existence and the viability of the earth itself. And when you think about it, you look at the spiritual artistic expressions, the literature, the sacred texts, the symbols, the architecture, the sculptures, the paintings, and so forth. When you really see it, the role of nature, animals, plants, in all cultures, even, the cultures, the religious traditions that are most separated from nature are, of course, the three Western monotheistic, patriarchal monotheistic religions of Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. They have the worst record as far as a negative relationship to nature and earth, even although there are exceptions within each tradition, particularly in individual mystics. But the overall orthodox view of the system itself tends to be, in all three of those religions, rejecting of nature, fearful of nature, and seeing spirituality as really transcending nature. So, in Islam, you have this notion of the nafs, that are the animals. It's like the ego. The ego is symbolized by animals, and we have to. They are simultaneously our enemies that we have to get beyond. Well, see, this is a very different view than you would gain from the animistic religions, which has said, well, the animals are not our enemies, neither the animals inside us nor the animals around us. The animals are our brothers and sisters, our relations, all our relations, both in the spirit form and in the real form. So we can cultivate this relationship with the spirit, the soul of the animal, as well as with animals that we actually might know of, flesh and blood and fur and four legs and wings. And the worldview that's emerging, this will be my last point now before we break, what I want to emphasize here is the recent realization that this animistic, shamanistic, pagan worldview that we're rediscovering, reconnecting with, and appreciating anew its value and its significance for our time, this significance becomes even more acute when you realize that in shamanism, they talk a lot about the importance of connecting with your ancestors. And in work that I've done individually and with groups, this is more and more becoming apparent that connection with the ancestors, connection with animals, spirits, guardian animals, and connection with ancestors, guardians, is an essential part of the process. And this is where the tie-in comes from psychology, psychotherapy into shamanism. Psychotherapy, you do a lot of work with your parents to clear up your relationship with your parents and any negative charge there. That needs to happen before you can connect with your ancestors. The parents are your first ancestors. If you're not clear with them, you can't go any further back than them. Okay. And the connection with the animals is actually really a part of that, because the animals are our ancestors. We are animals. We are descended from animals. So the primates, the mammals, the reptiles, the amphibians, and the fish, that's our animal ancestry as orders of life, as kingdoms of life. But our human ancestry were hunter-gatherers for a couple of 100,000 years before they started farming and building cities with walls around them. A couple of 100,000 years of hunter-gathering, of wandering, of tribal existence with shamanic worldview, with a view of necessity of total sensory communication, maximal sensory communication, fluidity, discrimination with the natural world. These were our ancestors. And then you get into this realm of prehistory. Terence referred to the work of Ria and Isla, which in turn is based on the work of the archaeologist Maria Gimbutas, whose major discovery over the last 20 years has been to unearth, to uncover the goddess religion of old Europe, as she calls it. Europe before the invasions of the Indo-Europeans, the Indo-Aryans who came from Central Asia and invaded India from the north, the Mediterranean basin, and Western Europe in wave after wave after wave of invasion. These were nomadic horse people. They had domesticated the horse, and they had discovered how to make bronze weapons. And they started invading around 5000 BC, and wave after wave after wave, pushing and invading and preying on, really functioning as predators on the Neolithic cultures, farming cultures, which had already existed in those areas, in old Europe and around the whole Baltic region, the Mediterranean, including Crete, right up into northern, central Germany, southern western Russia. That whole area, there were hundreds and hundreds of different cultures and language groups, in which the two chief features that are of significance are that these were goddess cultures that apparently did not have any kind of superior, inferior subordination relationship between the sexes. It was not a matriarchy, as Maria Gimbutas emphasizes, not a matriarchy, which means the mothers dominate, the mothers control, rather than the fathers. It was, as Rianne Eisler suggested, a partnership society in which men and women had equal value and had clearly distinct roles. The chief divinity was female. And it was not a mother goddess. This is also important. The mother concept has been overemphasized, I think. Again, it's something we can talk more about later. It's the life-giving and death-giving goddess. Because we are given life by nature, but we're also killed by nature. So this is not a mother. A mother doesn't kill you. Nature, as an intelligence, as a spirit, is what gives us life and what takes life. So there are these images, and they are images of this goddess figure in total unitive relationship with animals, the snake and the bird and various animals, toads, frogs, vultures, insects, bees, bears, bulls, sheep, goats, all the various animals. And no hierarchy within the society. Other than possibly, there would be, in the buildings there would be a throne, but the throne was of the priestess, or the goddess would be in a central place. The goddess figurine would be in a central place. Second very important part was that in all these cultures, in these hundreds of things, there have never been found any weapons. There have never been found any fortifications. There is not the pattern that you find in later Sumerian, Babylonian, Greek, Egyptian, all these other cultures, which were all male god cultures, of a male king surrounded by all this wealth and ornaments and sometimes slaves also killed along with it, and weapons and inscriptions about the glorious deeds, militaristic deeds that the hero or the king has done. None of that. Instead, the dead, men and women and children equally, were buried right under the house where you eat and sleep, so that you have the connection with your ancestors right under your feet, under your body, where you live. You're reminded of them. And what does this mean? This means that, these people were our ancestors. The nomadic, patriarchal, warrior, sky god people were our ancestors, and the peaceful, egalitarian, goddess culture people were our ancestors, because of course they intermarried. They didn't just kill the others, they destroyed the religion, but they intermarried, they had children. Both of them are our ancestors. You may be familiar with Rupert Sheldrake's theory of morphic resonance, that habits of nature and culture get transmitted by repetition. That means the morphic field for a culture that's egalitarian between the sexes and that's peaceful exists within us. We have it within us. We have access to it in our psychic memory, whatever that may be, whatever form that may take. And not only that, the morphic field of that is much stronger than the morphic field of the militaristic, aggressive, dominating, patriarchal system that started around 4,000 to 3,000 years before Christ. because those cultures go back to 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, right back into the Upper Paleolithic, where you first have little stone chips inscribed with goddess symbols. These were hunter-gatherer cultures, and then pastoralist cultures, and then farming cultures. They were not fighting cultures. The fighting comes in as a result of the invaders who came in, who took over, who plundered, basically, said, here, these people are growing their food. This is much better than having to gather it. Let's just take it. Who were able to do that because they sat up high on horses, who installed their gods. Of course, I'm not saying this is sort of the gross picture, but of course, there was intermarriage, and there is evidence for peaceful interactions also, and cultural assimilation, and all of that. But the morphic field of that cultural way of life is stronger because longer in time, more people, longer period of time, than this other, more new one. So that, when I discovered that, when I learned this from Maria Gamuta's writings and talks, it did a change in my worldview and my paradigms that was as profound as the change that was induced when I first took LSD. Because, up to that point, I'd always believed, history begins at Sumer and begins with bloodshed and warfare. And it's been bloodshed and warfare ever since. And, in fact, then the biologists go along with that and say, well, we're descended from these aggressive animals. Aggression in nature raw and tooth and claw, eat or be eaten, the territorial imperative, 2001, bash the skull. That's it. We've always been that way. It's part of human nature. We can't change. Along comes this woman from Eastern Europe and says, no matriarchy, no weapons. For tens of thousands of years, 10 times, 20 times as long as our history that we'd previously thought was, this is our ancestry. This means these people are our ancestors. We know how to do that. We know how to live in an ecologically and peaceful, harmonious world. We've done it. So for that reason, I'm actually extremely hopeful, although I realize, as every one of you do, that our world situations, as you look at it today, is a total and unmitigated disaster. The apocalypse, the Armageddon, is already in full swing. It's not something that's going to happen next year or 25 years from now. It's happening now. All you need to do is read the papers, look at the television. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, war, famine, poverty, and destruction, they're all rampaging over the entire globe. Amnesty International just put out their more than 2/3 of all nation governments sanction torture as official government sanctioned practices. And the number is increasing, and the variety of torturing techniques being used and the numbers of people being used on is increasing. So there's no stretch of the imagination that can be called progress, but there are these very, very hopeful signs, and the locus of those signs is within the psyche of every single human individual, nowhere else. So, thank you for your attention.
Okay. The expectation for this afternoon is simply that we will attempt to address what concerns you have, to dialogue, to give people a chance to ask questions. It seems to me that often the most fertile part of these things is the dialogue part of it, because this is where then, instead of talking heads pontificating about whatever obsessions drive them personally, you have a chance to try and be the rudder of these public egos and steer them toward something interesting. And so the obligation is on you for the quality of rhetoric for that kind of a session. So I don't know how much was clear this morning, how much obscure, what issues it raises for people, but someone would like to start off with a question, we would just make our way into it. Yes.
I asked it before, but you asked me to repeat it.
Yes. Before we go further, do you want people to take a microphone? How is this?
No, just speak.
Just speak loud.
Speak clearly when you ask your question. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so here's the repeated question, and it's to do with drugs, psychedelics. I know that you didn't necessarily recommend it, but you also didn't sound like you were against it. And the word has been coming up a few times.
Maybe I've overdone this even-handedness trip.
So my question is, what is there to know about drugs and brain damage? They have advertisements with a pen and an egg going in there, and it's frying your brain. Every time you do it, you knock some brain cells out. And
well, the president's consort urges us to simply say no, and I can't remember who it was. I think it was Tim Leary the other night was wearing a T-shirt which said "Just Say No," K-N-O-W. See how close to the surface it is and how nearly the same thing? So that's the short and obvious answer. What is there to know about drugs? A huge amount. I mean, this is a department of human knowledge called pharmacology that is the life study of many people. In terms of this question of psychedelics and being a spiritual adventurer and coming to a place in your life where you say, then you have to make very clear choices. My own approach to this has been to give great force to tradition. That's why we're here talking about shamanically utilized plants, because they are plants with a history of human usage, thousands of years old. We already know that they do not cause tumors or madness or miscarriages, because if that were the case, they would have been pushed aside over millennia of usage. A private prejudice of my own that I urge on people is that the drugs they take should be as much like brain chemistry as possible, as non-invasive of the physical brain as possible. Fortunately and suggestively, the strongest of all hallucinogens are the ones most like ordinary brain chemistry. Another thing I think that's important is to be sort of pharmacologically monomaniacal. It's good to do, when you find out what works for you, just really do it into the ground rather than being someone who is always, this week it's 2CB and next week it's something else and then something else. It's much better, I think, if you find an ally who resonates with you to then utilize that. Ralph, you deal with all this. What do you...
A couple of things I would just say to that question. One is the first thing we all have to learn to do, I mean, we do it, but we also fall into the habit that our national culture has this concept of drug, D-R-U-G, the ad that you mentioned, and Nancy Reagan's slogan refer to drugs. And drugs is a very global category, as anyone knows, as soon as you start to think about it. And law enforcement legislation does not presently make any distinction between heroin, cocaine, marijuana, LSD, which couldn't be more different. They have completely opposite, sometimes, effects on the brain and nervous system. So that's one thing. Be discriminating about what drug you're talking about. And then the other thing is to be aware of the fact that science and scientific information is a controlled process. and it's controlled by a government that has a basically fascist attitude towards foods and drugs. I've often thought the FDA could be an acronym for Fascist Drug Administration. We do have a fascist system within a larger outwardly democratic process. One of the things that's interesting to realize is that if you have a democracy, you can elect yourself into a fascism, which is what we've done.
Yes,
Because
Hitler-
fascism is the imposition of the opinions and beliefs of a minority on the majority.
It's the great danger of democracy, that it will become some kind of fascism of the majority.
And so the science, the fascist science, the medical pharmaceutical complex, which is next to the military-industrial complex, the largest and most powerful power group in our world, controls what goes out into the media in terms of scientific information. Not only control it, they manipulate it. It becomes more a matter of propaganda. So when you read accounts in newspapers and magazines that say such and such a scientist did a study that proved that MDMA lowers serotonin levels, whatever, and therefore damages brain cells, you can't read that and accept it as truth. You have to inform yourself. I would say become more maniacal about pharmacology in a different sense than Terence. You have to train yourself and read the technical literature. If you really want to know what really goes on, you have to go into the original technical literature yourself, and you have to be able to discriminate between scientific experiments that are done for propaganda purposes and those which are genuine. And the media do not make that distinction, and drug enforcement doesn't make it, legislation doesn't make it. So, it's everyone's responsibility. If everyone's going to be their own shaman, it's also their own responsibility to know your drugs, know what your particular body can tolerate, as well as what's generally tolerable, or what's toxic, what has undesirable side effects, and be discriminating, use discernment, be impeccable about it, really, and take responsibility. As part of the whole medical thing, we don't take responsibility for our own health and well-being and getting better. We say, we still have that old the doctor knows best, And finally, I would say, along with Terence, what Terence was saying is, I think the use of the word drug is not a good word to use, period. I try to use it less and less and less. And even Hoffman said this years ago in relationship to psychedelics. But if you're talking about plants, visionary plants, sacred plants that have a long, long cultural history, as well as nutritional plants. See, it ties into the use of herbs rather than synthetic antibiotics or drugs in medicine. Herbal medicine is a huge underground medical system that's basically unrecognized and unacknowledged, just the way psychoactive plants and substances are recognized and unacknowledged. So by focusing on herbs and plants, natural substances, using synthetics only in those cases where something has been discovered that's not known otherwise in the plant or animal kingdom, would enable one to bypass much of that whole drug prohibition, paranoia, punitive complex that we live under in this society, which is very, very weird, because you have a fascist minority wishing to not only control certain substances, but actually control what you put into your body. That's going pretty far when you think about it. I mean, it's not that different from them telling you what you can eat and what you can't eat.
Eventually, you see, when we move beyond the current sort of dark age that we're living in, the idea that governments can tell you what drugs you can take will be as bizarre a notion as that governments can buy and sell human beings, or that there should be recognized a divine right of kings. It's actually a civil rights issue. And, in the 19th century, people's argument against women's suffrage was that it would be unimaginable, that the world would be destroyed if you gave women the vote, that just madness would ensue. This is now the argument against allowing people to make these decisions about their bodies and their spiritual development. And yet science, which just relentlessly rolls forward, creating an endless cornucopia of steroids, hallucinogens, aphrodisiacs, memory enhancers, so forth and so on, is presenting us over and over again with this dilemma of how do we chemically manage ourselves in the kind of world we're living in. And I tried to indicate this morning, I think this is central to understanding what human beings are, that there is no such thing as a person without habitual relationships to plants. And it's tea, coffee, sugar, alcohol, and then a wider spectrum. But yes, cereals. We embed ourselves, the very way in which we define good feeling and expression of the self is these various states of mind that we associate with our diet and our habit. People get up, the first thing in the morning most people do is choose the first drug of the day. Will it be tea? Will it be coffee? And so forth and so on. There's nothing wrong with this. We apparently, by our ability to collect, and it actually, it all goes back to our omnivorous diet. Most animals are not omnivores. Most animals have a food source, a spectrum of foods that they eat that is very narrow. But if you're an omnivore, if your habit is to eat everything and to test everything in the environment for protein, then you lay yourself open to exposure to vast numbers of mutagens, hallucinogens, tumor-inducing compounds, steroids, galactosides, poisons, all kinds of things. You accept that these things are impinging and selecting on the human genome. And very quickly, we have evolved into this very quirky kind of species that, as I said this morning, addicts to everything. I mean, it is the source of our great anguish and our great grandeur. We can addict to a piece of land and call it the homeland and defend it against all comers and slaughter with impunity anybody who gets near it and claim it after we've been away from it for 10,000 years as ours because we once were there. We can addict to another person. Anyone who's experienced heartbreak, real heartbreak, knows, this is like a withdrawal syndrome. I mean, bursting into tears every 20 minutes and not sleeping and vomiting every 3 hours. I mean, this person has a severe dependency which is being broken. In the same way, we ideologically enslave ourselves. So there is no percentage in denying this side of ourselves. What we have to do is manage it. Manage it in some way that serves obviously community-preserving purposes. And I think that the model is always tradition, that the traditional compounds, the traditional plants of shamanic usage are the ones that we are probably meant to use. They fit our hand the way a tool fits our hand. They were made for us. We co-evolved with these things. I was talking to Lester Grinspoon about this recently, and he said the way you can tell how long human beings have been using a drug is by how few side effects that drug has, because of course there is this mutual leveling of the stress of contact. Symbiosis has never been taken seriously by evolutionary biologists. Food as a mutagenic influence has never been taken seriously by human evolutionary theorists. And yet, obviously, that is what has driven us to such a rapid state of evolution, our willingness to expose ourselves to an extremely complex and shifting environment that was, in fact, the things we put into our bodies. Everything else stayed pretty much the same over long periods of time. So the question which the gentleman asked goes to the whole heart of the matter, to the fact that, we are living now in a kind of hysteria about drugs. Tim Leary said LSD was a compound capable of causing psychotic behavior in people who hadn't taken it. This can now be generalized. We see an entire society in a drug-induced frenzy, induced by drugs that they have never taken, you see.
One other thing I'd just like to add to that, too, on this theme of the relationship between foods and drugs and the human species, again, to hammer home this point, the argument has been made that every major civilization is founded on one of the 7 sacred grains. There are 7 sacred grains. The Chinese is built on rice. The European is built on wheat and rye. The American Indian civilization is based on corn, and so forth. And it's interesting to realize that there are these food addictions and food allergies which are connected, and wheat is one of the commonest foods that people get both allergic and addicted to as a food. And what was probably the most prominent plant source of LSD is ergot, which is a fungus that grows on rye and wheat and was probably cultivated in ancient Greece deliberately. The ergot was as the vision-inducing beverage that was the heart of the Eleusinian mysteries. If Wasson and Hoffman and Schultes are correct in their theory about this. And there have been newspaper reports from England of pharmacologists and doctors claiming that people who buy wheat or rye that may be contaminated with ergot may actually be ingesting active doses of LSD-type compounds. So right here in the central supportive grain of the Western civilization, you have a psychoactive vision-inducing plant built in, the knowledge of which disappeared for 2,000 years. And is now in process of being rediscovered. And what that really means for us gives much thought.
In hypothesizing about the early dawn of consciousness of mankind, if it were assisted by visionary plants, would this have made a genetic change in the DNA strand rather than just an experience for that hominoid or whoever it was that was enlightened? Could it have made a mutation, and then this consciousness was then passed on to their offspring?
Well, it's a very complicated situation, and where we don't have all the information. But what it looks like happened was there were arboreal canopy living primates in Africa, in a tropical forest similar to the Amazon in extent. And over a long period of time, 100,000 years or so, drying set in, and grasslands emerged, and the forest retreated, and these primates who already had binocular vision and an advanced grasping hand and a social form of existence with group signaling, were forced down onto the veldt. And there, in a much more restricted environment in terms of numbers of species of plants, they abandoned their previous vegetarian, fruitarian habits and became omnivores, began testing all the food sources in the environment. Co-evolving in this grassland situation were herds of ungulate animals, bison and zebra and this kind of thing. In the manure of these animals was psilocybin-containing mushrooms. Well, you see, the psychedelic, to be the trigger for the emergence of human consciousness, it must be African, it must require no preparation, it must stand out from its environment, and it must confer an adaptive advantage. Now, it seems to me the only plant or organism which fulfills all these points is the mushroom. What the mushrooms do in low doses is confer slightly increased visual acuity. Well, you only have to have taken evolution 1A to know that if you have two populations and one of them has something in their food that increases visual acuity, and these are pack-hunting animals, that the ones with this vision-enhancing compound in their diet will have a more successful reproductive strategy than the competitors, and it will dominate. Well, at a slightly higher dose, psilocybin, like all CNS stimulators, can be interpreted as an aphrodisiac. In other words, prolonged erection, prolonged interest in sex, so forth and so on. At a slightly higher level, it flowers out into a visionary experience. So it's like a stair-step process where the deeper the organism imbibes this one item in the food chain, the more payback there seems to be. First better hunting, then better sex, then great ideas. Who could turn it down? And I've talked, like, when Rian Eisler and I appeared here, Rian is by no stretch of the imagination a psychedelico. I mean, she's a very straight and very wise lady, but not a stoner. But she said, you're right. There is something going on having to do with pastoralism, having to do with this point in time where the previous pack-hunting primates, instead of killing their prey, began to pen them and began to relate to them, to addict to them, is what it was. And I was saying to someone earlier today, here's a test of how conscious of the real world you are. What is the weirdest thing about a cow? And my victim said, the eyes. And I said, no, the weirdest thing about a cow is its tits, obviously. I mean, have you ever seen tits like that anywhere else? These tits are made to fit a human hand. It's obvious. And so this is an example of very old coevolution, coadaptation. The human being, the cow, and then less immediately obvious, but nevertheless powerfully present, is the mushroom. Joan referred to this morning. You see, I think what happened is women outsmarted themselves. The men were off silently hunting and practicing being quiet as they stalked their prey. The women were creating language in order to describe the taxonomy of these various food plants, of which they probably could distinguish 400 or 500 plants, seasons, soil conditions, variants, unusual conditions of all sorts, which parts of the plant were edible, which were poisonous, so forth and so on. And as always happens when you succeed in an enterprise where you seek control, you inevitably simplify. So the women became so conversant with the power of plants that they realized they need no longer gather them. They could grow them. And then they realized they wouldn't, of course, grow all the plants they knew about. They would only grow those plants that grew easily, produced large fruit, and had a big payback. And suddenly, the women undercut their own power base and it became possible to silently practice very dulling agriculture. And the gods then became not the gods of the orgy and the hunt and the wild plants, but the gods became corn gods and wheat gods. And it became important to be able to get up early in the morning and walk off to your field and weed, and less important to be able to ecstatically prophesy and have visions. Well, that's just one scenario, but it's worth talking about, I think, because how we image our emergence out of animal organization is going to color very deeply how we image our transition into a transcendental realm. That's why I talk about what I call the archaic revival rather than the new age. All this talk about shamanism is a reaching back 15, 25,000 years to those models to steady us. We should go out the way we came in, which means as a partnership society, as a psychedelic society, as a tribal society. And so by thinking about the origins, we actually gain an intimation of the future. Yes?
The persecution of witches is what's going on anyway, for those very things you're just describing for women.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is all of a piece.
Nothing new.
The suppression of women, it's a complicated thing. I mean, it has to do with solar calendars, which gained prominence with the invention of agriculture. See, I think the invention of agriculture was where it began to go wrong. Well, some people say it was the domestication of the horse or cities or this and that, but people idealize the the Neolithic and think that this was fine. But I think already in place were notions of hanging on to the land, of storing wealth, of cooperating, coerced cooperation in the production of food, a simplified vocabulary about nature. All of these things were put in place by the Neolithic. But, Arthur Young, some of you may know his theories, he has this idea that every state of freedom is accomplished by a descent into a state of bondage. It's so that, for instance, molecular chemistry is the product of the molecular bond. If you have chemical systems with so much energy that there can be no molecular bonding, then all you have is atomic chemistry. You have not the possibility of organic chemistry. So the coming and going of the male ego, the coming and going of the repression of women and the feminine seems to be related to how much exposure there is to these wild plant states. Because that, you see, women come up against it because they bury the dead, they birth the living, they know that all is not as it appears to be. They are informed of the fact that culture is a charade. But men believe all this stuff.
Well, at least those women that were able to, like the witches, were the women who, and a few men who stayed, who had the wisdom, the wisdom to stay in touch with the lore, the herbal lore, the plant lore. So they acted as midwives. They helped women have abortions when they wanted to get rid of their children. They acted as midwives. They did healing when the doctors at the time didn't have the knowledge to do so. So the Inquisition was kind of the result of an unholy marriage between the power trips of the medical profession against natural healers, which still exists, and the power trip of the church against the animistic religion. It's that because the church put its whole weight against this thing of the scapegoating process of using women as the scapegoats. for everything that was corrupt within the church itself. It was because women were sinful and they sold themselves in league to the devil. And so from the church's point of view, they didn't really care about the plant lore. It's very interesting that a lot of plant lore really went defunct with the elimination and the execution of the witches, because there was nobody there who was at all interested in preserving it. In fact, the witchcraft trials give clear indication that when the women tried to say, well, when they were asked, well, why did you go and fly off and do this thing that was been reported to you? Or why did you fall down on the ground and you were lifeless for 3 days? And they said, well, it was because we took this little herb. And the inquisitors said, no, it's because you took the devil. And there's one poignant story actually recorded where the Swiss word for the German word for herb is Kraut, and the Swiss version of it is Krütli. So these Swiss witches that were being prosecuted, and the inquisitors said, well, who is your God? What makes you have these visions and these journeys? And they would keep saying Krütli. And so the inquisitors wrote in their books, they call their God Krütli. They call the devil whom they have intercourse with Krütli, because he's the one that takes them off on these journeys. So as a result, the knowledge got lost. So the lore, the herbal lore of the Middle Ages that the witches preserved was completely lost. I mean, the Inquisition took place between the 14th to 18th century. So that's comparatively recently. And the scapegoating mechanism, incidentally, there, also at play, which is very important, is the same exact mechanism that surfaces later than in the 20th century with the genocide. In that case, it's the Jews, a particular race was singled out as being the scapegoat. And in the earlier Inquisition, which has exactly the same pattern of the patriarchal power structure imposing this, picked the women as being the scapegoat at the time. Hopefully, one of the things that has to happen is that we can go beyond the need for scapegoating and take responsibility for our own growth and learning.
Embedded in all the monotheistic texts are the mention of women as creatures, so she has to be controlled.
Right. And Francis Bacon, who initiated the experimental method in science, talked about nature actually having to be violated. We have to force her secrets from her by force, by violence. It's sort of rapacious and
used the metaphor of the
language.
torture.
The torture. You have to torture nature to get out of here her secrets. Whereas true science, there is a true science. Much of what we call science is not true. There are a few individual scientists who are true scientists. They are like alchemists, they are lovers of nature. Like Albert Hoffman is a lover of nature. And he who loves nature and approaches nature with love and loving understanding is given nature's secret as a gift, as a grace, as a gift, which is why he was given it.
Yeah. A question on types of hallucinogens. You mentioned with psilocybin that was good for sex. And mescaline.
That's also good for sex.
They're all good for sex.
I've seen the Yankees dance, and they take mostly peyote, which has mescaline in it, which is near methamphetamine. What about scopolamine? What does that do to you? And what about DMT? What does that emphasize in your journey?
Well, it's good that these questions are asked. The real source of information is largely folkloric in our own culture because, of course, we live in a society where research is not allowed. So it's all underground and clandestine. But you ask about scopolamine. Scopolamine is, along with L-hyl-cyamine and other things, the active ingredient in Jimson weed, which, because of Carlos Castaneda and the practices of brujeria in Mexico, is well known as a psychoactive plant. It certainly is psychoactive, whether it is psychedelic or not.
Maybe more like madness?
It's a kind of delirious frenzy. You go between delirium and frenzy, and you have a great deal of trouble remembering. It's what's called state-bounded. If you try to from my own point of view, if I were to try to describe the ideal shamanic plant, what it would do, it would not interfere with the short-term and long-term memory. It would clear your system very quickly, and it would be highly visionary. I am, I guess, just the kind of personality that values vision. So I really think it's weird when people say they took drug X and it was wonderful, and you say, well, did you hallucinate? And they say, well, no. Well, then what was so wonderful about it? I mean, there must have been something, a feeling. But for me, what is fascinating is just the indole hallucinogens, this very small family, which includes psilocybin, LSD, ibogaine, harmaline and harmine, the beta-carbolines. Did I say DMT? Yeah, and that's it. Not even mescaline, which marks me as a kind of Calvinist in some people's books.
I always wonder why the Yankees could dance so long, and it's really amazing.
It's because it's an amphetamine, but these indole hallucinogens, what we're trying to get out here is we are trying to appear to be sane and rational people, so we don't seize you by the lapels and shake you. But what we're trying to get out here is that these things contain something that our art, our history, our literature, our religion did not prepare us for. And it appears to be an alien god, an unknown dimension, the edge of our ideological world in some way. Big excitement, not prolonged erection or enhanced memory or ability to rave all night or ability to recall instances of molestation in your childhood which may or may not have even occurred. But something else, something really transcendental, completely astonishing, and that as a rationalist, I think we have no right to expect that it exists. Most people don't know that it exists. People go from birth to the grave and never have the faintest inkling that there are these things in the environment which can just turn them upside down, set elves crawling through your drawers and jumping out of... I mean, really, reality just comes apart. If you've never had that experience, be assured that you could. A lot of people live their lives in the faith that there is no Santa Claus. Well, I've got news for you.
One thing I might add about scopolamine is that scopolamine and atropine and hyoscine, which are derived from these nightshades, Solanaceae nightshades, were important psychoactives in the witches, which is the European medieval shamanic tradition. And they seem to produce a kind of the visionary, but different than the psilocybin or indole tryptamine kinds of visions, accompanied by a kind of like a twilight sleep, what brain researchers refer to as a theta state, just before sleep, where you get these kind of images, that you get a sequence of images like dreamlike, and then you kind of fade out. You go into sleep, which is why, and then you may wake up again and have a few more images, and your body feels very heavy and kind of asleep, and yet you're having these visions. It's interesting that so there's that sense of confusion. You're not quite sure, did you see this, did you dream it, what was it, that kind of thing. And because it's, you know, it's a detachment from the body, scopolamine was quite commonly used in childbirth. The generations of women gave birth to children while in this kind of delirial twilight sleep state.
It was also used by the SS as a truth serum because they thought they could extract information.
In that state.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Sure.
Care to talk about ibogaine?
Oh, here, this guy.
In a recent article, the same magazine that Ralph mentioned, Terence, your mushroom article, Ralph Metzner wrote an article along with another person whose name I don't recall on MDMA, and my sense was that you, Ralph, pretty much extolled the virtues of MDMA for experiences in the generic kind that we're discussing here today. Terence, you give criteria when you talk about what you think are useful, a useful criteria for substance selection, in terms of what you think would be helpful for people that are interested in choosing or knowing the plants or knowing the substances that they're be interested in for consciousness expansion or etc. I just wonder if you both could comment on what you think about MDMA. It's had a lot of press. There seems to be certain camps that think it has a great virtue, and some people feel that it's just an excuse to take amphetamine.
The yuppies cocaine.
Do you want to go first?
By the way, you go first.
Oh no, you go
Give
first.
him the bad news. You give him the bad news, I'll give him the good news.
Well, it's a complicated question, and so I will give a complicated answer, which is the only answer that is true. First of all, it's a moving situation. Research is going on constantly. A couple of years ago, the question was, is MDMA good or bad? Now I think, although Ralph may disagree, the question has become, how bad is it? You have to talk, first of all, about the psychoactivity and then the physiological activity. The psychoactivity seems entirely salutary. People report tremendous breakthroughs in their personal growth. If it is, and as a drug of abuse, I don't think that's really a problem, although some people have proven that they can take a great deal of it. Where the pharmacology stands as of 10 days ago or so is it does destroy in the rat at fairly low exposures, in other words, only twice a human level exposure. It destroys certain microscopic structures on the dendrite of the nerve. Now, the problem is no one knows what these microscopic structures do, and there is no behavioral sequelae, great word, no behavioral sequelae that accompany the visible destruction of these structures. So there are three possibilities, or there are several possibilities. One is that whatever the structure on the dendrite is, it is not important past puberty. Think of it as a scaffold around a building, which once erected, the scaffold remains but is not performing any function. Therefore, this destruction that we see is not a problem. Or it may be that it's cumulative over the long period. What it basically does is it seems to show aging of brain structure very rapidly. At 120 days, again in the rat, there's no reversal of this. At 240 days, there's no reversal of this. So, but there is another drug, I think it's called fenfluridine, that is used to manage psychotics, and it also destroys in exactly the same way the very same structures. And it has been used with impunity in mental hospitals for 15 years. So what I say about MDMA is that a prudent course would be to wait and see. If it's really bad, they're going to find out. If it remains in this somewhat nebulous place, well, that means the people who think it's bad are actually losing ground. As a general rule, I never was very excited about MDMA because I'm just very suspicious of synthetics. And one of the things that is really terrible about the cultural climate that we're operating in was, here was MDMA, a drug with an apparent potential in psychotherapy that actually became popular in psychotherapy. And because there was no process for legalizing it, it was never tested at all. that's what the FDA gave us with Adam, was an utterly untested psychoactive drug because they refused to test it. So the fruits of ignorance are dendritic ablation in this case.
Well, because they refused to test it, because they couldn't persuade any drug companies to test it, because the drug companies couldn't market it, because the patent had already expired, and it costs the drug company $5 million on the average to, or more, to take a drug through the human and clinical trials necessary before it can be approved and prescribed.
But don't you think in a civilized society, if they know people are taking this drug,
Right.
the government itself should pay for this
Yeah,
study?
and in some other countries that's exactly what happens. In England, for example, it may still happen that way. England may, in fact, still end up with a legal form of MDMA being possible because they run their sort of system a little differently than we do. I think the only thing I would add to what Terence has said, I mean, I basically share those views. I think that in a kind of a basic sense, if you're talking about the whole spectrum of psychedelic and psychoactive drugs, Adam is just not that interesting. It happens to be the most effective drug so far discovered for psychotherapy, for helping people sort out their emotional entanglements, emotional attachments, and balancing out the emotional nature. And that sometimes takes one session with MDMA, sometimes two, sometimes half a dozen in a therapeutic kind of context. And many therapists found that this was the case. And there's a book that we published called Through the Gateway of the Heart, which is available in the bookstore if you want to read an selection of accounts of experiences that people have had with it in a therapeutic context. And it's not visionary. Myself and somebody else simultaneously independently came up with the term empathogenic for it, generating a state of empathy. It simply seems to produce this kind of opening of the heart center from which then people can relate. They can look at their problems with empathy. They can look at other people, their relationships, and they can sort of just balance it out, clear it out. But apart from that, once people have done that, number one, people report that after having done that a few times, they can get to that same state of open-heartedness without it. And number two, that nothing much happens. There's very little content. Unless you have a problem to work on, there's really no reason, or somebody that you want to relate to and bond with and explore the relationship, there's really... What we should be doing is really the opposite of what we actually do. When we discover... what we should be doing, it seems to me, is when we discover a synthetic drug that seems to have promise in treatment or whatever, psychically or physically, then we should try to look for the plant or animal analog for it, the natural product that we could then work with in that way. We do the opposite, of course. If we find a plant that's promising, we go in there, we extract whatever it is, then we synthesize that, and then we sell that back to the third world countries. And that often is then completely different, you know. Cocaine, synthetic cocaine, is a completely different story than coca leaf. Coca leaf chewing is a health-maintaining practice. Cocaine snorting is a death-dealing practice. The same difference between sugar cane, raw sugar cane or sugar beet, is it's a nutritional food. Refined sugar is probably an addictive poison. So I see the MDMA has a potential, you know, in the use of therapy, and it's very effective that way. But for people that want to heighten creativity, explore visions, other states of consciousness, it's not that interesting. And finally, I would say that the search for the closest plant analog of MDMA has already been pursued by some people, and I think the closest that we've come to so far is low doses of peyote. Mm-hmm. Low dose peyote in extract form, tincture form, is an experience very similar to MDMA. The same kind of open-heartedness, the same kind of empathy, the same kind of energizing of attention, with certain advantages. And it does not seem to produce the kind of amphetamine drop afterwards that MDMA does. And it doesn't doesn't cut your appetite. In fact, enhances your appetite and makes you eat. And there seems to be something that happens with proteins which then enhance and prolong the effect. So that's another reason why you get the drop in energy with the MDMA, is because you don't eat, and this doesn't have that disadvantage. So go with peyote.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to ask you something about what's really going on, and everybody's a part of, is I've just been experiencing myself personally a synergy or an accelerating of some kind of, I hate to call it a psychedelic movement, but in the past 3 months, the LA Weekly article comes out and I see Terence McKenna reopens the doors of perception, and then I hear on the radio a few weeks later on KSRW, Mitchell Harding talked about the time he was doing acid, and every Friday there's like Sound 60s, they're talking about doing acid, and I go, how come I haven't heard this for the past 5, 6, 7 years at all? If my ears been shut and I've just been oblivious, it's just because I'm starting to listen more? Or have you had a similar experience in the past few weeks, maybe past few months, a very fast growing interest by a lot of people, and I just am experiencing in Los Angeles, for this, when nobody talked about it. It seems like for 5 years, and suddenly I'm hearing all this input, and I'm fascinated, I'm turned on, I'm going, this is great, why did I think about this 6 months ago? Why is it happening just now? And it seems to be happening so fast and so strong. Is this true for you?
Well, I think there's some kind of critical mass. Something is going on. But, you know, some of us have been talking about psychedelics for nearly 10 years, and from the very beginning people said, you know, this must be it. This must be the second wave. I mean, people have been anticipating and announcing the second wave since 1980. Maybe it is. I don't know. I mean, right now, the most repressive drug measure imaginable is making its way through the United States Congress.
Yeah, this is a very minority position that you're looking at here.
When George
This is the Ojai Foundation.
When George Bush is elected, they're going to confront people with the choice of a drug-free society with a trashed Bill of Rights, or the present state of anarchy. They're very upset. These polls which show that, you know, the #1 issue is drugs. What a propaganda job you have to have done. I mean, there are people starving by the millions, thermonuclear weapons stacked like cordwood, people not saluting the flag,
the environment,
and they say the #1 issue is drugs. I mean,
I have to fly to Amsterdam to go to the tea house and get a hit.
Well, they're doing the drugs themselves.
Well, I think that's it. That the drug issue, which when Ralph, God knows after the 60s, but in the second wave, when I started talking about it 10 years ago, we were just trying to get psychotherapists interested in looking at these things in therapy. And meanwhile, all this stuff is going on about crack and heroin and Noriega and this and that. So I think what it is that drugs are apparently on the historical agenda. We cannot exist half stoned and half down. We are involved in a process testing whether this nation or any nation can be... No, I'm kidding. The point is, though, you see, intelligence agencies have a huge addiction of their own, an addiction for untraceable money. And since World War II, they have, whenever they got tight for money, fallen back on their connections in the junk trade and the coke trade. And this was more or less overlooked because it allowed the creation of clandestine anti-communist armies in places like central Burma and South America and Iran. But now what's happened is that these international dope cartels have grown actually stronger than the governments that originally created them. So now there's a great deal of hand-wringing in the chancelleries and war planning rooms because the drug thing appears to have run amok. And I think that we're going to have to probably look at... I think the government's concern is they don't know where they'll get all this illicit money if they legalize drugs, but they seem to have set their own house on fire. They have a tendency to do this. I mean, I think of George Bush as a man who, when he sets his hair on fire, he puts it out with a hammer. And and the psychedelic issue is this tiny subset,
The little glitch.
never mentioned over in some corner, while they wrestle about who gets the money. That's the real drug issue from the point of view of government. Yeah, Joan.
Well, I think there's another factor here which was mentioned earlier, and that is with the increase of regulation of all aspects of our lives, so that there's a real decrease of freedom on all levels, that the impulse to actually create a context of liberation breaks out on many levels of society, not the least of which is a nostalgia for what broke open in the 60s.
I agree.
And not the least of which is the commercialization of shamanism.
Oh, yeah. People want authentic experience. People want some way of authenticating their lives. I mean, we're just sinking in an ocean of bullshit and propaganda, led down the primrose path at the end of the 20th century, so narcotified and propagandized and sold out and undercut, and people want some way of breaking out of that.
And it's no mistake that it's happening on the eve of the presidential election either, where the shadow economy of the narcotizing drugs is in the background of this whole electoral process, and is actually the unexploded bomb in the campaign. But I mean, it's kind of...
That's right.
I mean, the drug in question is really up for grabs. It's not, by the way, I don't think it's only, it's not only cocaine and heroin, it's also alcohol. It's the whole range of anesthetic, of
well, if you want to talk about, a new way of talking about the drug problem would be, let's talk about drugs in terms of what they do. What do we want, and what do they do? So here you have a family of drugs, and the typical image of the addict. What is a drug addict? Well, it's a person who has an obsessive behavior pattern that is unexamined and that causes them to return again and again to the same source of stimulus or the same source of stimulus without ever cognizing the reason why. In other words, unexamined behavior is what is alarming about drug addiction, that people behave like they are obsessed. Well, on that scale, then the most powerful drug of the late 20th century is television and propaganda. And the way in which we consume propaganda is amazing. I mean, the most intelligent of us, the ones who hold ourselves most aloof, are probably junkies through and through when it comes to the media. And the media just makes you stupider and stupider and stupider. You become less able to formulate a creative response, less able to tell what is real and what is not, less able to empower yourself. And there's just more and more and more of it. The average American watches 6.5 hours of TV per day. Average. Imagine if a drug that you smoke or shoot or snort had been introduced into this country after World War II, and that now the average American was consuming 6.5 hours a day of this thing. I mean, you would have the fundamentalists foaming at the mouth. There would be riots in the street. It's that we define these things so oddly. We don't attempt to make sense. What I was trying to say this morning about the fact that we must change our minds. We must change our minds. Business as usual will lead to exacerbated conflict over resources and turf, and eventually thermonuclear catastrophe. If the evolution of consciousness is not the way to solve the world's problems, then I don't know what it is. Well, the psychedelics were originally described as consciousness-expanding drugs. That was the phenomenological description of what they were. We need to intervene in our own psyches. We cannot afford the luxury of an unconscious mind that can throw up a Hitler or a Khomeini. We cannot afford the unexamined obsessive behavior pattern that leads us into a conditioned response when somebody leans on our territory or insults our racial heritage or something like that. We have to realize that it is going to take creative intellectual engineering to steer us through the narrow valley of being. And it's always been that way. This is what shamanism is using plants to balance and control what is otherwise an extremely violence-prone, neurotic species. The price we pay when the symbiotic relationship to the rest of nature is interrupted, we lose our bearings. I'm not talking metaphorically. I don't mean about sniffing the air and making medicine wheels. I mean about putting the chemicals, the enzymes from the natural environment into your body that create the seamless web that unites us to the purpose of the planet. These psychedelic compounds are bearing information. They are pheromones from the body of Gaia that we, by imbibing, can then attune ourselves to the larger purposes of nature, so that we then can fit ourselves into the picture. We have a purpose. It is to care for the planet, to nurture it and lead it forward, much the way bees do, much the way termites do. But we are conscious creatures. Our caring, our honey making, our architectonic activities operate on a different epistemic mode because we have somehow one foot in a higher dimension. This is the mystery of ourselves.
I just want to do the Sasha Shulgin little number and just look at it, just because, I mean, this is a hell of a rave.
So do the number already.
It's real
Let the
simple.
mushrooms grow on bullshit.
I mean, I get this, as I listen to you, I feel like the mushroom is out there, and it's kind of like an implant when you take it. And it actually shifts the context. Whereas I look at it in a certain way as not the end, but one of the means. And that it's not an implant, but it's actually a context actualizer, if you will. It actually opens, it's a biochemical key that opens a door to what's already there.
Oh yeah, it isn't an implant. It's that if you're not stoned, you're down. And to glorify that in this Calvinistic way that this society does is to say, only the depressed perceive correctly. Only the despairing truly understand. Only those who have given up hope have recognized the real situation. That's Western civilization's message to itself. And it's just ridiculous. No wonder people are down. Look at the history of Western Europe. All these gloomy male dominator types running around with sword and tongs to exterminate all unorthodoxy, to push the goddess religions to the frontier. Priestcraft, beastly little priests. It was Voltaire, I think, who said, mankind will know no peace until the last priest is strangled in the entrails of the last politician. And, if we're talking about shamanism, we're talking about the primary stratum of religious experience, which has been ripped off and sold down the river by every band of beastly little priesties that have ever come along. And they were the inventors of hierarchical orthodoxy. They are the ones who taught kings and popes their trade. And
but it's true that what they're against is the experience. They're not against. It's not the drug per se. That's also true for the psychoactive drug. Their importance is not the drug. It's not the plant even. It's the fact, it's the experience that they open up for you. That's the real significance. And that's the significant difference between psychedelic drugs and all other drugs. Cocaine, heroin, alcohol, barbiturates, amphetamines, all alter your consciousness. They don't teach you anything. The psychedelic plants are teaching intelligences with which we have the ability to enter into a relationship from which we can learn something about our role on this planet, on this earth, in the network, in the interconnected web of all life. So you can have the experience that people have had, that you can learn from a plant, from eating a plant, what it means to be a human being. When you think about it, that's pretty peculiar.
Well, one teacher that I worked with called them actually teacher plants.
Yeah,
sure. Sexuality is a good intermediate example here, because orgasm is a buzz, and you don't have to wonder if they would have illegalized it if they could have. You know, it's what alarms them, and so they make you feel guilty about masturbation. God forbid that you should even have impure thoughts. They just, try to say, do not experience your body. Do not elevate your mind. Do not touch anything which empowers you, which authenticates you, which unifies you to yourself and other people. All that is bad. We will tell you where God is. We will answer all questions. So the drugs really, it's interesting, they are like an augmentation of felt experience, exactly like sexuality is. And I think it's sexuality that has kept us sane. If they could have repressed it, they would have. God knows they tried hard enough. Now that's been broken open. The clawed hand of the paternal male ego has been being slowly forced open for about 500 years. I mean, it's been a long march. These guys had it all sewed up around the year 1100 or something. And
3000.
Well, it comes and goes.
Last week the Senate closed the hand a little.
How?
There's an anti-pornography bill that's just been passed by the Senate. It's on its way to the House.
Yes. Well, this is another way of
print, cable, television, etc.
And mysticism, mystical experience, even without drugs. Mystics have always been heretics. They've always been at odds. The church has always felt uncomfortable. I knew a man who was thrown out of his monastery for having mystical experience, nothing to do with drugs. He just kept having spontaneous mystical visions, and they said, "You don't belong here." What?
They were psychiatrically evaluated.
Yeah.
And off they went. Jackie, isn't that true? Yeah.
They told him, go out and have a family, get it out of your system.
The general social attitude toward madness, the fact that shamans, witch doctors, this is what they were called until 30 years ago when anthropology rescued the term shaman. There's great fear of getting off the track, of leaving the idols of the tribe behind. And yet the momentum of the idols of the tribe have pushed us to the point of global catastrophe. We must get off the track. The track leads right straight over the edge into an abyss.
Obliteration.
But the direction, don't you think we should be talking more to our leaders? I mean, they should be experiencing the same psychedelic things that we're experiencing.
Well, the question then becomes, who are our leaders?
Well, wait a minute. In fact, we know who our leaders are. They're the people in power.
Well, but there's different centers of power. For instance,
the people running things.
Different kinds of leadership, too.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, I agree. I think that the managerial temperament is the one who has to be reached. That the people who control world banking, world commerce, the direction of scientific research, and I think these people can be reached. I think that to a degree greater than we tend to realize, they are our peers. It's a matter simply I think you can convince anybody of the rightness of this position. I mean, well, I think I could. I can't imagine how you could flatten me.
There is some interesting...
For that reason, I worry that making it a mass phenomenon now, in some ways, will antagonize them and make it more difficult.
Well, I don't think we're in any danger of making it a mass phenomenon. I mean, Tim Leary, in the great heyday of the 60s, talked to more people before lunch than I have talked to in my entire speaking career. I mean, he addressed crowds of 150,000 people. That's not the way to do it. I think Aldous Huxley had a much better notion, which is to reach the people who are themselves catalytically active in society. And to me that means the writers, producers, designers, choreographers, artists, teachers, politicians, but they have so much, they're so nervous. You know, they will be the last to join. But for instance, bankers, the people who own the world need to be convinced that their investment is threatened. That will sober them up. And I think they are. I think the greenhouse effect, once we get this summer into the bag and the world statistics are jotted up and we see how many billions of dollars the greenhouse effect cost people who own the cereal producing lands of the Western Hemisphere, they meet. They're concerned. I think the turn is on. You know, H.G. Wells said, history is a race between education and catastrophe. Well, it's neck and neck in the home stretch, but I don't think anybody should tear up their ticket and toss it in the air.
One interesting thing that's happening, too, is that people are now, this economist, Michael Phillips, for example, has made this interesting prediction that the 90s, see, there was an interesting parallel between the 1960s and the 1890s. There both were times of social revolution, new ideas. But those ideas didn't really get into legislation until the teen years, so which would be 30 years later, when then the people that were the teenagers and early adults during that time of social upheaval become the majority in Congress. See, we had, in the 60s, we had, you know, the social and the sexual and the ecological revolution, and we even had legislation like the EPA and so forth, but they all get watered down. And basically it comes back to making deals and business as usual. But by the 90s, he's predicting, again, we will have the 60s baby boom generation will be a majority in Congress, so that is a time when they think that there will be a legislation passed that will put teeth into a lot of these movements, including the environmental thing, which is, you know, forcing itself on everybody's attention anyway. So I think there are some helpful signs in that direction.
Nancy's halfway there with astrology. I mean, psychedelics.
Politics makes strange bedfellows.
Well, I need to say something about the high school. I take LSD and various psychedelics with a lot of high school children. And I've been scapegoated by the police in various communities as a threat of corrupting the morals of their children. And I have been in 2 torture chambers. One in Florida and one in Colorado for that. But what I wanted to say was that the law just put all drugs, including psychedelics, in a taboo thing. And a lot of the high school children, they're taking all kinds of drugs. And I've taken LSD that they have given me, and it's not real LSD, and it affects your nervous system, it makes you shake, it doesn't make you aware, it makes you dumb. And but they're buying LSD in high school anywhere from $2 to $8 a dose, and it's not real LSD. And I turned them on to real LSD, and they love it. And they play around with computers in class on real LSD that I've given them. And
well, you're a real menace to the youth.
But you're right.
They get great grades from real LSD. So what I'm saying is that somehow there has to be a real LSD to
Well, what there has to be is an uncorruptible source of psychedelic experience. And, you know...
In a sanctuary environment also.
Well, in some way it has to be uncorruptible, and the best way that I've found is to urge people to grow mushrooms, because the mushroom itself then acts as the purity maintainer, the quality control. You can see what it is. When you have LSD in front of you, you have a little piece of paper or a little piece of gelatin. Who knows what this is, you know? And some way to extract the drugs from the market economy. This was what undid the 1960s. Some people got high on LSD, and other people realized you could make a fortune on it. And once that realization hit home, it was all she wrote. So there has to be, some way of taking the opportunity to create a huge financial empire out of it. And how this is done, I'm not sure, but the simplest solution, I think, is grow your own and depend on nature. Nature is a bountiful storehouse. This is where these things come from, and
grow or gather.
Grow or gather. Somebody over here. We haven't done much over here. This lady.
This question is for Terence. Can you speak a bit about your experience in some of the older societies you've lived in, and the relationship between visual artists, artisans, object makers, and shamanism?
Shall I repeat your question? The question was, could I speak about the relationship of artists to shamanism in some of the more the pre-literate Amazon societies that I've been in? Well, I think, people have the notion about tribal people that their life is very hard. In some environments and some situations it is, but people try everywhere to create leisure for themselves and to have an opportunity for aesthetic expression. In psychedelic societies, everything is art. I'm thinking particularly of, for instance, the Shipibo in their classic expression. The Shipibo are an Amazonian tribe. They cover every utilitarian object with design. Everything is an expression of the images of the internal world, and language and puns and this sort of thing become very important. Life, when you have nothing, life is easily transformed into art, because there's a how-ness about everything. How you make a fire, how you cast a pot, how you cook a monkey. Everything is a paradigmatic activity, meaning everything is traditional, everything has been done millions of times before in the way that your people do it. And so the individual is seen almost like just the cutting edge of the ancestral energy. And they even have the concept of what they call the way of the ancestors. And so you'll be doing something like sharpening a stick, and someone will come up to you and say, "Don't do it that way. We do it this way. This is the way of the ancestors." Then they show you how to do it, and sure enough, it is easier to do it that way. Probably because this is the morphogenetic field of the how-ness. And I think Ralph mentioned this morning the confluence of yoga, alchemy, and shamanism in the Taoist tradition. And I think it's worth stressing that, because to my mind, Taoism is the most refined ideal of human existence. It is open-ended. It always yields to a good laugh. It's not dogmatic. It's rooted in nature. It's sees the world as shells of energy that can be manipulated and cultivated. And I really see Taoism as something broader than the nature religion that arose in southern China pre-Confucius and so forth. I see it as the kind of natural way of being in the world that tribally alive societies settle into. And it's what we're trying to recreate. Appropriate activity. That alone would create a world-informing revolution. When I say that we must change our minds, the physical accompaniment to changing our minds is that we will begin to behave appropriately, bury our shit, manage our resources, lower our voices. It's simply awareness and awareness of awareness. And this is what these societies have that we have lost. And I think it's because the male ego is a wart on human perfection. And everybody has one. It's not a put down of men. The male ego is a part of the repertoire of every human personality in the modern world. But it is unnecessary, divisive, and out of Tao. And this reconnection with the Tao, with the flow, with the invisible, the spirits, the energies of sky and water and earth, the psychedelics impel us into recognizing these things, but it's our own intent that can allow us to bring these things back into the world and apply them. So for me, that was the lesson of so-called primitive people. You want to talk about that?
Well, the only thing I would add to it would be that the male ego has come out of touch, but it can be reconnected. There's nothing inherent in that structure, that psychic structure or function in itself. The ego is simply that function that through which means of which we function in the world. What gets it into trouble is this thing of assuming that it knows the only reality, and it has claim to value over other. It's not a relatedness, it's a superior, separative, superior, dominating, controlling trip that it tries to run. But at the same time, the Taoists show to a way of functioning with decisiveness. Taoism is not a passive or inert or quietistic religion or practice at all. It's being able to act and to function with the flow, with the grain of nature, so that your actions are in harmony with nature and therefore by themselves successful. And Taoism has proven itself to be remarkably resilient. It's not by any means a religion of ancient China. It's a 5,000-year or longer tradition and teaching that is alive and well to this day in communist China and other parts of the world. And we also have to recognize that we're not going to be able to go back to a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. We're never going to recreate great areas of wilderness we've lost. We're never going to be able to get away from city living. There is such a thing as urban shamanism, and it's one of our tasks to really invent that. That's something brand new. Aboriginal cultures do not have it. How do you live in a city environment in the late 20th century while recognizing that in this city environment too, the other worlds, the worlds of spirits, of animals and plants, is right there in the streets of New York and under the concrete, in the sewers. Some of you may have seen this film, The Last Wave, which is about the Australian Aboriginal, the survival of an Australian Aboriginal culture under the streets of Sydney. It's a very interesting story. So this is where, this is going to require all the resourcefulness that we can come up with. We have to study the past, take, the valuable lessons that we've forgotten, bring them back into, put them together with the new information that we're getting that science has presented us with, plus our knowledge of the limitations of the existing political structures, and go to work and use whatever you can. Spoiled.
How do we step aside from the information that, I mean, all of us here obviously must think about this, is information coming through the television or the great mediator. This fascism that's so subtle because it's so sub-embedded, because it's entirely a censorship of economy. So you experience it just a pragmatic reality. You don't experience it as what it is, controlling and telling us how we are to perceive reality. And, you know, we had the 60s, we had an inkling of the shamanic or the experiential, then that was pushed aside. So I think it's a test case to watch with this election. I'm sorry that you said when Bush is elected. I'd like to think that's an if. But when you talked about that unexploded bomb, well, let's see how the forces of disinformation can repress that unexploded bomb and allow Bush to get reelected, or how to learn to continue to look between the lines and not. I mean, I was close to historical events, learned to look between the lines, and yet I ingest daily stuff that I don't question because it seems low on the order of priority whether I should look and see what is this really about. But we're given a 360 hologrammatic redefinition of our reality entirely through the media, and lazily we consent and co-create by ingesting it. So that's the thing, to sidestep that and look for the nature ally.
You have to look at it with the same attitude as you look at visions presented to you in a drug state or in a dream state, with that same impeccability, with that same discrimination. Keep testing, keep looking. Use what you know. Compare. You know, does this true for you? Is this what's really behind it? What's the hidden message? What's the hidden agenda?
And trust your instinct.
Barraging us from television or from the media is exactly. It's a complete mix of truth with undescribable dosages of fantasy, hallucination, projection, disinformation, malevolent intrusions, and there's no shortcut. There's no way of sidestepping it. You can't sidestep it. You have to confront it, deal with it, look at it, know it.
But when you look at the cultural images that we've inherited, I think it's very easy to see that monotheism is a great deal of what lies at the root of our problem. Because, you know, it was Jung who made the observation that as we picture our gods, so then do we model our psyches. That in fact our gods are models of our psyches. And monotheism, which is basically the idea that God is all-powerful, omnipresent, male, and not to be trifled with, if that's your model of the psyche, well then you're describing someone who's extremely pathological. I mean, that is a pathological model of the personality. And yet, how many generations of men have behaved as though they were Yahweh? And we buy into this unquestioningly.
You know, Yahweh is the only God, the only divinity, the only God in all of world mythology who never has sex with a female. Most other creation myths involve sexual or have consorts, the Indian god. Yahweh, who is the Christian and basically the Islamic God too, is the only one who never has contact with a female, either human or divine. Pretty interesting. That's our God.
I'm just going to say this thing about abortion. It's
back there.
The metaphor that you'd say that man's law would be stronger than the laws of nature that women experience stringently as the doors open and close of birth and death, and that man would impose himself on the doorway between nature through the woman's body to creation. That's the final metaphor.
Well, that's omnipotence.
Yes.
Omnipotence. We can interfere with anything. We can do anything.
Back there.
Back here somewhere.
I mean, much or not close to all of what you say is really pearls to my ears, and I feel there's a resonance, especially when people have waited to hear something described in a certain way. It's like coming home. There's a real fine edge that I feel in myself when we get to a place of an us and them really strong. And I noticed that when this man brought up the thing about the politicians, you know, there was a certain uncomfortableness and a kind of laughter that very easily came forth. And I know that in my work with the nuclear waste issue, it's very easy to get in this almost victimized role. It's like someone else is doing it to us. And it seems to me, in part of almost strategizing together, if we really want this truth that you're, describing to really be present on this planet and in our midst, that there's one aspect of, like, we have work to do ourselves. That's, to me, the strongest thing that you said. If you can really embody it impeccably and continue to look at your own homework, that you don't have to so much worry about what's going on around you. But there's another place where it seems to me we do have to worry or be concerned or care for what's going on around us. And in being impeccable on that level, it seems to me that some of the mind change has to do with this shift of us, them, and seeing them as the enemy and us as the victim. And I know that in the nuclear work, one of the strongest things we did was to take a group of people down to Westinghouse, down to where they're supposedly burying the waste in the ground, to see that the people that have taken on this job are actually, they really believe they're doing the right thing, and they really believe that they're doing it for us. And to almost, from that place of common ground, start trying to share this information. So I'm wondering, in terms, I guess I just really felt personal need to comment about that in face of this us-them place that we can get into, and to see if you have any comments about our impeccability in terms of dealing with this situation correctly.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I don't really think in terms of us and them. I really resist paranoia. I don't believe in conspiracy theories, or I don't believe that anybody is running the world. I think it has a life of its own. I think that I agree with you. The major task is the task of working on oneself, but not entirely to the exclusion of social responsibility. The major contribution most people can make in the theater of social responsibility is clarity of thought and intention. The general tone of the discussion arises out of the quality of the people participating in it. And you can reach most people if you will start with something that they're familiar with and then try and lead them out of it. I mean, I'm amazed in all the years that I've been talking about the things that I talk about, I have never been heckled, ever. No one has ever stood up quaking with righteous wrath and quoted chapter and verse or denounced me. And it's because I will argue with anybody unto the 9th hour, if necessary. I really think that the best ideas will come to the fore, and that there are no evil people. There is no group that with behavior. I mean, who among us cannot think back on our own behavior to moments that hardly exemplify the Gaian ethic? So then how can we expect more or anything better than that from other people? The real task, I think, is one of linking together through communication, which people don't realize when they're not communicating. But what we're doing right now, this is a very unusual activity. Even the most intelligent of us go through our ordinary day basically with grunts and groans. That's how we signal to each other. But creating a shared mind space, a consensus of understanding, requires people talking to each other and clearly speaking from the heart about what they know and understand. Ralph introduced me to the notion of clairparlance. This is a psychic ability that we're trying to cultivate. Clairparlance is clear speech. You know, William Blake said the truth cannot be told so as to be understood without being believed. That's the greatest weapon the truth has. that if it is articulated and you hear it, you will serve it. And so will George Bush, and so will anybody else who hears it. The power of the truth is its immediate, limpid rightness. And so cognitive activity, and this really goes back to the theme of the weekend, which is shamanism. To my mind, what shamans really are people who indulge in cognitive activity. They communicate, they dance, they sing, they chant, they tell stories, they speak out, they orate, they pray, they communicate. And in so doing, they empower everyone around them to open their hearts and their minds.
Reagan was a shaman, or is a shaman.
Oh yes, it's stage magic. And there is this, and you can't understand why it works. And it does, and it is morally neutral. This is the other thing. I mean, Goebbels, you can forget Ronald Reagan. This is a piker and a buffoon. Joseph Goebbels was the man who understood the power of information and communication. And if he believed the best idea wins, then he can only shake his head at the fate that overtook his ideas. Because here was a millennial dream that 12 years after it was launched, people were living in basements on rats. So it's a matter of allowing the ideas to fully express themselves through us. We can only advance into the future at the rate at which we can transform our language. And we can only transform our language by working with it. This is why design and art and music and all of these things are so important. The artist, who appears to be the weakest among us, actually creates the context for everything to happen in. So that it's so bizarre to hear right-wing politicians, for instance, talk about terms like spin and hype. And, they use the language by grafting certain concepts onto the language. You make it impossible for people not to agree with you. You actually foreclose the option of disagreement. They know this, and we know this. So this is the theater where the battle goes back and forth to say what the world is in such a way that you convince everyone, and then we can get down to the business of living in that world. And history really is this process of trying to generate a guiding image that serves. And so someone, Christ, Mohammed, Buddha, will project the guiding image, and it gels in the unconscious and becomes a creode, and a vast set of historical forces follow it the way water follows a dry arroyo. But then the way is lost. It's not clear which direction the flow should go. Then there must be a new guiding image. And I think that the guiding image that we have been operating under, which is the property-owning male citizen, is giving way to a new guiding image, which is the planetary steward, androgyne, shaman. And this image reconnects us to nature, reconnects us to the lost part of ourselves, and will serve then until circumstances change, and then it too will have to yield to some new definition, because we are ultimately malleable. We are like water. We take upon ourselves the shape of the container into which we are poured. And this is what history is the flowing from one container to another.
I think that I wanted to just connect.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask you to comment on a remark you made this morning about anticipating the future and how information drifts back through time. Could you say more about that?
I thought you would never ask.
you repeat the question?
It refers to my comment this morning that a portion of shamanism is the anticipation of the future by accessing information which drifts backward through time. Well, I think my interpretation of what religion is, other than the scheming of eunuchs, is there is something there. There is something there transcendent and compelling. And what it is I think, an anticipation of a future event, an anticipation of a future state of human completedness, that actually ahead of us in time, our destiny, whatever it is casting an enormous shadow backward into what we call history. And that in fact one way of thinking about history is as the shock wave which precedes an eschatological event. 100,000 years ago, there was no intimation of an eschatological event. There were simply hunters and tribalism and animal existence embedded in the life of the planet. Then slowly there has grown, like an ever-increasing downward rolling boulder, of a momentum of intuition that there is something, a great change is in store for us, that we are all going to become enlightened, or that the Messiah is going to come, or that the extraterrestrials are going to rescue us from ourselves. The intimation of a sudden shift of epoch and an ingression into ordinary history of the transcendental. Now, some psychologists might say this is nothing more than the culture's reaction to the inevitable fact of death, that every one of us will recapitulate this process, that death itself is like an enormous shadow at the end of life, sending a flickering signal back through our existence. And when you're young, death seems far away and has no power. But as you live your life, you suddenly realize that the walls are growing steeper, the water is moving swifter. There is a kind of inevitability, and that you don't want to stare this inevitability in the face. Well, I think the historical process is like that, and that we are in the grip of what I call a singularity, that it is cultural, that the evolution of techne to become an ever more limpid mirror of the self is turning into a kind of process where we are becoming the objects of our imagination. We are, through cultural evolution, actually creating our own eschatology. You know, Plato said if God didn't exist, man would invent him. Well, there are many different kinds of gods for humanity to invent. And one of the most satisfying, I think, is this eschatological hypostatization that lies outside of history and informs it. This is what the seers are reacting to. This is what inspires the careers of the prophets. And it is, I maintain, what shamanism is about. We've offered many definitions of shamanism here. Here is another one. A shaman is someone who has seen the end. That's all. Once you've seen the end, it's like going with a friend to a movie that you've seen and they haven't. You have a completely different relationship to it. You are anticipating their enjoyment of it, their moments of fear, anticipation, and pleasure, but you are above them looking down. You have already seen the end. You know the punchline. And every shaman in every culture gains his or her humor, balance, healing ability, wisdom, if you will, by having participated in the transhistorical, eschatological object. And modernity just denies this. The theory of history taught in the universities is what's called the trendlessly fluctuating theory. That just means war, revolution, reform, revolution, war, war, reform, revolution. It's like a random walk across the landscape with a steady increase of technique, rising Malthusian pressures, but that's all. It's because there is no place for the transcendent in the scheme of rationalism as we inherit it from the late, from the Enlightenment. But in fact, if what the psychedelic experience argues, what our dreams argue, what our good sense argues, is that it is not business as usual on this planet. And history is not a random walk that has tens of millennia yet to run ahead of it. That actually we have set off processes that finalize our time upon the earth, finalize the duration of our present cultural mode. We are going to have to fish or cut bait. We have built this into our myths about our world, that it has an ending, and so it shall. And I think shamanism anticipates this superhuman condition out of which we arose in ilio tempore, before history, and into which we shall be subsumed at the end of the historical peregrination. The myth of our culture is the myth of the prodigal son. We made the descent into physis, into the world of matter, into the well of the world, if you wish. Our job to recover a piece of lost information about the nature of the soul and then return to the tribal family, to the shamanic, prehistoric and post-historic mode, where then the fruits of history will be not thanatoptic in their consequences, but transformative. Anticipation of the future.
I'll follow on that. I'm thinking of the second book of the I Ching and asking that question about reversibility of time, going both ways. And also, in that second book, there's an interesting comment on the actually the contrast or complementarity of creativity and transformation. What's to suggest that they're processes that flow counter to one another? Could you?
Well, I think the I Ching is a special obsessive interest of mine, specifically the kinds of things you're talking about. There is this body of commentary that is pre-Confucian, late Zhou, early Han, that is puzzling in the present context of the I Ching. And I think this is what you're referring to. And there's a place where it says, the backward running numbers refer to the future. The forward running numbers refer to the past. And you say, well, what does this mean? There are no backward running or forward running numbers. There are just 64. No, it's because the I Ching as we possess it today is a piece of broken machinery. It is actually an extremely sophisticated understanding of time, couched in an intellectual and epistemic domain that we can barely cognize because it arises out of a different kind of language stratum. But really, I think being is a kind of interference pattern where the forward-flowing casuistry of what are called prepotent situations, like the rolling downhill of a ball bearing, the momentum of happenstance, where the momentum of happenstance meets this more mysterious carrier wave from the future, and together they form an interference pattern. I remember I was very impressed where the Amazon River flows into the Rio Negro. These are both huge rivers. They're each about 12 miles across where they meet each other. And so consequently, they are like two waves coming together. And where they meet, they form a standing wave. And you can actually sail up to this bump in the river. and it's quite large. I mean, it's 5 or 6 feet high, and you can sail along it. It's like a ridge in the middle of the river, and you can see that all the material is in motion, but the wave itself is stable. It is what is called a standing wave. And I think that this is what being is. Science has attempted to give a very full account of the forward-moving momentum of happenstance. But we deny that there is appetition for the future, or that the future is somehow shaping events. And in our denial, we are then left with a blind spot in our account of reality. I'm going to teach a 5-day workshop at Esalen the week after Thanksgiving, in which psychedelics will barely be mentioned. And the I Ching and its mathematical dynamics will be the entire focus of this, because I take this notion very seriously and have worked it out in excruciating detail, because I think that the wave form of the Tao can be known and was known, and that there are technologies of interior observation, which is what yoga is, but Taoism in its early and incipient phase was a similar kind of technology that allow real insight into the future. The future is not determined. If it were, thought would be meaningless. But it has, it's like water flowing over a dry arroyo. The water takes the shape of its container, and the water of historical happenstance flows into the vessel of the future, which already exists, and takes its shape.
Comment on the opposition of creativity and transformation in that same chapter?
Yeah, I'm not so sure about... you see those as opposed?
I thought that one led to the other, but in reading that, it seems that there's some question, and I'm puzzled by it.
Well, I think you have to read the I Ching with a grain of salt. I mean, why does before completion come after completion? There are a number of puns. I mean, it can be read as very deep, but not without humor, I think. And it is, Taoistic thinking is inherently contradictory. The coincidentia positorum used to create cognitive dissonance. So you never have the satisfaction of logical closure that you get in Hegel or somebody like that. You're always left not sure, not knowing. Ralph, do you want to sum this up? I got carried away here. I thought my watch said 4:30 and it said 5 o'clock.
Well, we said we were going to stop at 5, so I don't think there's any way to try to sum it up.
Well, you could just add.
Well, one thing I just thought we have had some thoughts about tomorrow, and also maybe some of you have some particular wishes or that you'd like to express about that. And but the one thought we did have about we might do tomorrow is tell stories rather than present ideas or information. To tell stories, and Terence has some stories, I have some stories, and many of you will have some stories, and that are related to your theme. And stories, I mean, one way of looking at our lives is that we're creating and living out each story, and we're trying to make it stories that are interesting and productive and life-sustaining, life-enhancing. What are stories that have your own personal stories that happened to you, or fairy tales, myths, or ones that that you're working with in your process that you might want to share? So, and we might want to use a staff for that, a talking staff, so that the storyteller has the staff and pay a little attention to the flow. So you might dream about that. You might have some dreams, and that's what we have in mind about tomorrow. I did want to mention one little thing that may be happening around here, and I want to mention it in the sense of sharing an observation in the spirit of perhaps some of you are also picking it up. I had a dream last night, and I've since talked to 2 other people who had similar dreams last night here, in which there was some kind of attack by not so friendly spirits. In my case, they were just indistinct humanoid, could have been aliens, could have been humans. I had no way of knowing. I didn't know anything except their intent. They caused me actually to scream in my dream. And somebody else experienced a gang of street punk gangsters, kind of challenging, invading, intruding. So there may be something happening right, during this. Or paranoia on anybody, but just to tune in, and perhaps some of you will have something to report tomorrow, or perhaps some of you know about it already. If you do, I'd appreciate knowing about it, and there might be some opportunities to discuss it.
Pay attention, you could be the next Whitley Strieber.
Yes, abductee. So maybe we should end with a few minutes of drumming. And then, when is dinner? 3 other main kind of paths or types that are known, ways of knowledge within the kind of shamanic context that some of you may relate to. Probably the most common one, actually, the one that most people relate to, is the shaman as healer. And this is the one that where the shaman functions as the physical and spiritual healer of his family, his or her family, and immediate village or tribe, and does shamanic work for the purposes of healing. Part of that includes an aspect of the warrior. The warrior is a necessary part of the healer function, because in the process of health maintenance, the warrior function is the function that defends your body against infections and toxins. The immune system is the warrior function of the body, of our system, seen as an aspect of healing, maintaining the integrity of the system. And then another very prominent path is the one that Terence referred to a great deal yesterday, was the path of the artist or the maker. The artist, the maker of tools, the craftsman, which would include scientific inventors and people that build tools and perceptual instruments, for example, that facilitate our perceptual and cognitive understanding of the world, communicate our vision. And then another path is the path of the seer, or prophet, or visionary. In some cultures, such as the ancient Paleolithic Basque culture of Europe, the sole surviving pre-Indo-European culture in Europe, they have a class of people called vision makers, who are the ones that you go to if you have a problem, or you need to you want to get an insight into your life path, your life destiny. A professional oracle, as it were. So I wanted to share that with you because it might trigger off some thoughts about, I see different people who are engaged in shamanic work having different combinations of those different qualities. Terence is obviously very strong on the explorer, adventurer, and the artist, communicator. I have some of the healer, also the adventurer, explorer is my main one, with some of the healer and some of the artist, communicator also. Some of the warrior, but not as much as several of my friends that I know. One interesting additional difference between the path of the warrior and the path of the explorer that I also learned recently is that the adventurer the warrior, in terms of to seek a vision, is more likely to go for an ordeal, where pain and stress is used as a way of expanding your perception, pushing your boundaries. So the kind of thing that Wallace Black Elk is wont to do, of inserting himself into a hole in the ground, suspended from hooks in the chest, 2 days and 2 nights without food or water in total darkness. That's an ordeal. See, it's not natural. I mean, you're going out of your way. Nature isn't doing that to you. You're going out of your way to create a stressful, limiting situation in order to be able to transcend or push that limit further. The adventure explorer tends to, again, because the attitude isn't quite as, it's not quite as hard as that of the warrior, to go to nature herself, the wilderness, pure wilderness. Now, wilderness may be an ordeal, but it may not be. It may be a sheer ecstasy. And it's in the wilderness, with its shifting, mysterious patterns, that you have to be alert. You can't just indulge and say, well, Mother will take care of me, because Mother Nature will not take care of you. Mother Nature doesn't give a shit about you as an individual. Basically, you know that, and that's a very important realization. If you think Mother Nature is going to take care of you like your mother did, I mean, you can be dead in 2 seconds flat out in the wilderness. If you attend, though, and pay attention, then you can survive, and not only survive in the wilderness, you can learn a great deal from it. You can enter into a communication relationship. So, wilderness is the preferred mode of vision path, I think, for the adventure explorer. And that could be the wilderness internal as well as external.
Can we cheer occasionally when you...
Oh, absolutely. Okay, so having said that, I want to read you a brief passage from Blake's The Marriage of Heaven and Hell, in which he summarizes basically what both Terence and I said yesterday in a few memorable lines. The ancient...
know who's on top in terms of literature.
Well, he was one of our great visionaries. He saw it at an early age. The ancient poets animated all sensible objects with gods or geniuses, calling them by the names and adorning them with the properties of woods, rivers, mountains, lakes, cities, nations, and whatever their enlarged and numerous senses could perceive. Oh! And particularly, they studied the genius of each city and country. You know, they had this concept of the genius loci, spirit of the place, placing it under its mental deity, until a system was formed which some took advantage of to enslave the vulgar by attempting to realize or abstract the mental deities from their objects. Thus began priesthood. Very important sentence. Till a system was formed which some took advantage of and enslaved the vulgar by attempting to realize or abstract the mental deities from their objects. Thus began priesthood.
That's you two.
No way, Jose. Choosing forms of worship from poetic tales, and at length they pronounced that the gods had ordered such things. Thus, men forgot that all deities reside in the human breast. Oh. One last passage from the same Marriage of Heaven and Hell. Fantastic text. The ancient tradition that the world will be consumed in fire at the end of 6,000 years is true, as I have heard from hell. There's your apocalyptic vision right there. For the cherub with his flaming sword is hereby commanded to leave his guard at the tree of life. See, the cherub is standing guard at the tree of life to prevent humanity from attaining immortality. That's what Jehovah said. You know, you've got to go, because otherwise you might eat from the tree of life and you become immortal like us. Exclusionary system. So, the cherub with his flaming sword is hereby commanded to leave his guard at the tree of life, and when he does, the whole creation will be consumed and appear infinite and holy, whereas now it appears finite and corrupt. This will come to pass by an improvement of sensual enjoyment. So for aphrodisiacs and hallucinogenics. Yes, and each other. But first, the notion that man has a body distinct from his soul is to be expunged. This I shall do by printing in the infernal method, by corrosives. You know, it was Blake's doing engravings in copper and etching the stuff, which in hell are salutary and medicinal, melting apparent surfaces away and displaying the infinite which was hid. If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear as it is, infinite. For man has closed himself up till he sees all things through narrow chinks of his cavern. So I'd like to tell you a story, part of an ancient story, an ancient myth, actually the oldest written myth of Western culture. Story of Gilgamesh and Enkidu and the goddess Ishtar, which might also be called the story of the hero, the wild man, and the goddess. Or better, the goddess, the wild man, and the hero, just for the sake of balance. And in this oldest myth of Western civilization, I think more basic to the Western psyche than the Greek or the Egyptian myths, we find already all the themes in a prophetic way that we deal with now. The overbearing male, patriarchal, heroic warrior ego trip, the distrust of the goddess, and the projection upon the goddess of qualities of human deceitfulness and treachery, the regret of what was lost in giving up the old goddess cultures and going to a male-dominated culture, and what was lost by leaving the wilderness and going into cities. And the price that was paid for that, the price that was paid for hubris, and the price that was paid for separation from our instinctual nature. And Gilgamesh was king of Uruk. Uruk was the city from which Abraham went out. Abraham was a pastoralist, a herder, a wandering nomadic herder. He took his herds of sheep and his tribe of people and founded another religion. Uruk was a city of farmers. Gilgamesh was a mighty king, a great warrior. He had built the city of Uruk with massive walls of stone. He had slain many enemies. He was said to be 2/3 God and 1/3 man. He was a mighty and powerful man and king. And he became overbearing and arrogant in his behavior towards his own people. He lorded it over the people. He bullied the young men, and he demanded that the young brides were given to him for the first night of their marriage. And he oppressed the people to the point where the people went and complained to the high gods and said, "You have to do something about this Gilgamesh king of ours. He lords it over us, he oppresses us, and he pushes it around till our lives are miserable. He is a tyrant." And the gods sitting in council agreed that something had to be done, that a counterpart player had to be created. So they went to the old ancient goddess Aruru, the creator goddess, who created both them and men, and said to her, please create somebody to balance out this raving Gilgamesh tyrant. Somebody who will be his equal in strength and courage, who will be like him, like his very self, like a second self, it says. Thereby pointing, this is an aside, to the fact that right here in this earlier story we're dealing with a coded story that talks about the internal psyche. This second self is the second self within every one of us. Gilgamesh is the human self who becomes arrogant through power. Gilgamesh had a dream in which he saw a star fall from heaven. And the people came to pick up the star. And it was heavy, and Gilgamesh tried to pick it up, and it was so heavy he could not lift it. And he went to his mother Ninsun, who was herself a seeress, semi-divine seeress, priestess, who said, this dream symbolizes the one who is going to be born, who will be your counterpart, your brother, your equal, like unto you, like your very self. Gilgamesh had said in the dream, he bent down to pick up the star and he felt attracted to it like to a woman. And he had another dream in which a sword of unusual design was found in the town square. And nobody could figure out what it meant, and Gilgamesh picked it up and put it on his belt. And he went to his mother and asked her, what does this mean? And she said, this too is the one who is going to be born, who is like yourself, your counterpart. And he will be like your right arm. He will help you fight your battles and be your equal, strong like you. In the woods, a hunter saw a creature, a man, with the animals, running with the animals, drinking at the stream with the animals. This man was covered with hair all over his body and had long hair like a woman. And he ran with the animals and he drank, waiting for. And Gilgamesh went to the priestesses of the temple of Ishtar and asked the priestesses of the temple of Ishtar to send one of their women priestesses, later on falsely called sacred prostitutes. They were not prostitutes. They did not sell sex for money. They offered love as an act of devotion to the goddess. Gilgamesh sent the priestess with the hunter and another companion out into the wilderness to search for this man called Enkidu. Enkidu. And they came to the place after 3 days walking and sat down and waited for 5 days. And finally Enkidu appeared with the animals to drink water at the stream. The woman from the temple of Ishtar went towards Enkidu and exposed her nakedness to him and took his hand to touch her breast, whereupon Enkidu was suffused with feelings and sensations he had never felt before at this hairless being who spoke and made sounds from her throat that he had never heard before. And they made love for 9 days and 9 nights. It is said.
Don't stop.
After 9 days and 9 nights, the woman said to Gilgamesh, "We must bathe you. We must give you a haircut." They gave him a haircut. They bathed him. They anointed him in fragrant oils. They gave him human food to eat, sweet meats, grain, breads, fruit, cooked flesh. And when Enkidu attempted to connect with his erstwhile animal friends, he found he could no longer do so. They shunned him because he smelled differently, and he could not keep up with them when they ran. His legs were as weakened. He could not run as fast as he could before. They escaped. He no longer had any contact with them. He was saddened by this. But the people and the woman encouraged him and took him with them to the city and told him about King Gilgamesh and his arrogant, tyrannical ways. And Enkidu said, "I will fight this man. I will right this wrong." And Enkidu came to the city where Gilgamesh was strutting down the main street. And they met in the main street, and they fought and wrestled for 2 days and 2 nights. And neither one could throw the other. And after many hours of battling and fighting, they stopped their fighting and embraced one another as brothers and friends, and henceforth were inseparable companions. And Enkidu came to live in the city and had a house and much wealth and a wife. And he and Gilgamesh went out and did many heroic deeds together. And this is the first part of the story, which is the story of humanity's transition from the wild state to the city-dwelling, cultured, Neolithic farming state, from the existence as wild, nomadic hunter-gatherers who lived in the fields in a wild state, in the wilderness. We were all wild men. Not only do we have a wild man, wild woman within us, those are our ancestors. We were that for hundreds of thousands of years, much, much longer, 10 times as long as we were city-dwelling, farming, pastoralists, technological, literate people. So, and this story tells about the price that is paid for this separation from nature, for the separation from our own wild nature, our own instinctual nature, the loss of the communication and the communion that we had with the animals, and the knowledge of the land and the plants and the forests. For the advantage of city dwelling, of language, of sexuality. And it's the role of the woman. And it's very instructive to compare this story of the transition from wildness to culture, from nature to culture, from wildness to civilization, with the story in the book of Genesis, which was the story of the Abrahamic pastoralists that went out of Uruk to the land of Palestine. And the role of the woman in that story, where the woman is blamed for the decline from an Edenic state, with really no advantage to the state that they then went into. The state outside of the Garden of Eden is a pure fall, a pure disaster. In the Gilgamesh story, which is older, Sumero-Babylonian story, the woman plays the crucial role. She plays the civilizing role, for which she is not blamed, but rather honored, as appears later on in the story. And also, there are advantages to the civilized life, while there is also recognition of the price that was paid. And later on, when Enkidu dies, he has a flashback hallucination on his deathbed of regret and even cursing both the hunter and the woman who seduced him and abducted him out of the wilderness. But the gods say to him, no, you should not curse the hunter or the woman, because they brought you into the cities, and they brought you the friendship of Gilgamesh, and they brought you life and a house and much wealth and a wife and a family. And then he says, yes, you're right, I take back my curse. I honor the woman, he says later on his deathbed. Enkidu says, I honor the woman. She shall be honored by all. Old men will take off their hat to her. The young men will take off their pants to her. It says. Inscribed in stone. Clay tablets. After a while of living in the city, Gilgamesh said to Enkidu, you and I should go out and to the great cedar forest and cut down some cedar trees, which we need to build more houses and walls, and kill the giant that lives in that forest, whose name is Humbaba, a great and terrific giant. And first Gilgamesh goes to Shamash, the sun god, and says, I want to do this. And the sun god says, why? And Gilgamesh says, because, and he says this to Enkidu too, because he is evil. Because he is evil, and we must rid the country of this evil. And Enkidu gets tears in his eyes and says, oh no, Gilgamesh, you don't know what you're saying. You don't know what you're getting us into. This giant, that Humbaba that you want to kill, is a fierce and terrible and monstrous giant. He will wipe us both out. He will destroy us. You don't know that forest. I know it. I've been there. That forest is 10,000 leagues in every direction. It is huge. It is monstrous. We are in grave danger if we go there. And the gods have appointed that giant to guard that forest. That's the guardian of the forest. If we kill him, we will incur the wrath of the gods. And Gilgamesh said, don't worry. The two of us will do it together. We'll help each other. Don't be afraid. I'll help you. I'll protect you. You protect me. And together we can do it. That's what the hero always says, regardless of whether he's a man or a woman. This is a story told from the man's point of view, but please recall that it's equally true of the woman. The hero and the hera are the parallel people, the wild man, the wild woman. So they go, and they march many days to come to the forest. Before he goes, Gilgamesh has the people of the city make magnificent weapons for him, great swords, great clubs, great axes, great shields, carved in bronze. And they go out and they march many days. And they come to the mountain. They cross 7 mountain ranges to come to the great cedar forest, where the great cedar trees are. And Gilgamesh goes up on the mountain and says prayers to Shamash, the sun god, who is his special protector. He says, will you protect me and help me in this? And Shamash says, first questions him, why do you want to do it? And Gilgamesh says, well, you have to rid the country of all this evil. Shamash says, well, all right, I don't think it's that great an idea, but he bought the sacrifice. The god bought the sacrifice and said, okay, I'm compassionate, I'll help you, I'll give you these allies, and you'll have 7 fierce winds. The north wind and the icy wind and the frost wind and the hot wind that will be your allies in this fight against this terrific giant Humbaba if you should need them. And Gilgamesh had a dream on the mountain before they came to the forest. And in this dream, he dreamed that he and Enkidu were in the canyon underneath the mountain, and they were like tiny gnats under the mountain. And then he had another dream, a second dream on another night, in which he dreamed that the mountain fell on him and crushed his body, pinned his body under the rock. And then a great light came out of the rock and turned into a light being, a light man figure, who lifted the rock up and freed him. And Gilgamesh told this dream to Enkidu, and Enkidu interpreted it. Throughout the story, Gilgamesh has dreams, and Enkidu is better at interpreting them and saying what they mean. The instinctual man, the wild man, is more intuitive, more connected with nature, more connected with the unconscious, altered states of consciousness. And he says, this is a very favorable dream. This means we will succeed in our fight against this giant because you have this light God helping you. And Gilgamesh had a third dream, which was a disaster where dust clouds blackened the sky, volcanic eruptions, dust settled over everything. For many days and nights, nothing but darkness. They came to the forest. The forest was an enchanted forest. It had a magical, enchanted gate around it, outside of it. And when they came to the gate, Enkidu touched it and said to Gilgamesh, "Don't touch this gate. What just happened to me is that my whole arm and hand went paralyzed and weak when I touched the gate. So you have to smash the gates," he said to Enkidu. I'll leave it to you to think about what this means. This whole myth of going in and slaying the forest giant is the myth of our ecological catastrophe that we're presently in. We are the people, in the form of the lumber companies, supported by government and industry, who go in and cut down the giant cedar forests and the giant rainforests in the Amazon and the cedar forests in the Northwest to build our cities. And in doing so, we violate the guardian spirits of nature that are assigned to protect those and maintain those groves, as sacred forests, sacred to the gods. So I think it's interesting to say that right here in this oldest myth of our culture, dating back to maybe 3,000 years BC, we have this ecological dilemma already indicated very clearly. Because then they go into the forest and the giant recedes into the inner recesses of the forest and they don't see him, and Gilgamesh proceeds to start cutting down the great cedar trees. This summer I was up on Vancouver Island, on the west coast of Vancouver Island, where they have these cedar forests, and where the connection between what's happening now and this myth became clear to me. These cedar trees sometimes are over 1,000 years old. They are 50 or 60 feet in diameter. They are the most magnificent trees that you can imagine. And they're being cut down. So he proceeded to cut down these cedar trees. And when he had cut down very many of them, he fell into a coma, a sleep coma, from which he could not rouse himself for several days. Like Enkidu, who his wrist and hand got paralyzed, Gilgamesh cut down the cedar trees. He became paralyzed, fell into a coma. Humbaba, the giant, in the meantime, the giant forest guardian, heard the cedar trees being cut down and came out of the inner recesses of the forest to where Gilgamesh and Enkidu were, having cut down the trees. Enkidu managed to rouse Gilgamesh just in time from his sleep, And it is said that Humbaba fixed them with his fierce eye, his eye of death. He fixated them with his eye of death. As in another Sumerian myth, Eresh Kigal, the goddess of death, fixates Inanna, the goddess of heaven, with the eye of death. And Gilgamesh calls upon the allies given to him by the sun god, the north wind and the frost wind and the icy wind and the hot wind and the fierce wind and the hurricane wind. And they come and they blow and they confuse and immobilize the giant so he cannot fight effectively. And so Enkidu and Gilgamesh are able to pounce upon the giant and cut off his head. And drag him, the body, and the cedar logs back to the city. Before they kill him, one other last telling episode. The giant, he's been caught by them, by the combination of the winds and Enkidu and Gilgamesh's strength. He's trapped. He's caught. He appeals to them. He says, "Don't kill me. I am doing my job here as guardian of the forest. You have seen the abode of the gods, which is in the inner recesses behind these forests, the beautiful Edenic garden, the garden of Ishtar, the garden of the sun god, are all protected by this forest. You have seen it. You should let me go. I am the guardian. I'm doing my job. I was sent here to protect this forest. Don't let me go." And Gilgamesh says, "Well, I'm inclined to agree with you. I think we should let you go. This catching animals and wild creatures is not such a good idea. I think we should let you go," Gilgamesh says. And Enkidu says, interestingly enough, "I don't think that's a good idea, because if you let him go, he'll kill you." So Enkidu is suspicious. He doesn't trust the other forest dweller, the other forest wild creature, because he knows basically what he wants is to escape, and he'll do his best to continue his role. So he says, if you want to really get rid of this giant, you better kill him now while you got him, because if you don't, he'll get you. So Gilgamesh says, "Well, you're right." So they kill him. So it's a very interesting story in that, it's the arrogant human still who wants to go out, who creates an enemy out of nature, in order to exploit nature, calls nature evil. That's what the Christians did later on. And violates the sacred integrity of nature for his own exploitative ends. The wild, instinctual part of him tries to warn him, but then when he does agree to go along, because he has no choice, because he is one with him, he is the same person, he then has a better understanding of what the real issue is and what really needs to be done to accomplish the objective. Where Gilgamesh still is more likely to be compassionate. So it's not a black and white story. It's not like Gilgamesh is all bad and Enkidu is all good, It's not the noble savage either. It's the canny wild man. It's a very different thing. And they both together, after all, because they are together, they're both in the same fate. They both suffer the same fate and the same consequences. So then they go back to the city. That's the end of the second main story of that. And I'll just tell you the third one. I'll leave out the last one. Well, because I don't want to take too much time. The last one has to do the third of these stories in this epic has to do with the story with the goddess Ishtar. So after they come back and they get great admiration, and the people of the city, "Oh, Gilgamesh, what a hero," and Enkidu, "What a hero, what mighty men, what great heroes and warriors to have killed this huge giant, and look how huge this giant is, and his head is huge, and his body is huge." And Ishtar, the goddess, says to Gilgamesh, "I want you for my lover. I want you to come and be my lover, and together we will have great enjoyment. And you will be my preferred lover, you who are so strong and virile." And Gilgamesh says, in this old tale, he says, "I don't want to be your lover. Number one, I don't know what to give you. I wouldn't know how to feed a goddess, for example, the way I know how to take care of a wife. I wouldn't know what you need. And number two, and more importantly, what about the history of your previous lovers? What about Tammuz? Look what happened to him. He was your lover, and he got killed for your sake. And the people are still bemoaning him and crying, Tammuz, Tammuz, where are you? Where are you? Every year they cry for him. And what about the bird, the man that you turned into a bird? He was your lover, and now he's a bird with a broken wing who goes around flapping his wings in a paralyzed fashion. And what about the lion who became your lover? And look what happened to him. He got caught and killed by the lion hunters. And look about the stallion. What happened to him? He got caught and he got captured and made domestic, and he's now experiences the whip and the spur and the saddle. And what about that other man? And you turned him into a mole. He's under the ground. I don't want to be your lover. Look what happened to the others. And Ishtar was furious. This is a story of the male gods, the patriarchal hero warriors with their male gods, and their reaction of fear and distrust of the goddess and of the feminine. And Ishtar, it is said, went to her father Anu and said, Ishtar, Gilgamesh has insulted me tremendously, and I'm just enraged. And her father Anu said, well, you know what he said was true. That's your story. You did all those things. What can you expect? She said, I don't care. I've been grievously insulted, and I demand that you give me the bull of heaven to punish these people. And if you don't allow me to send down the bull of heaven to punish these people, I'm going to open the gates of the underworld and allow the dead to come up and eat food with the living. See how you like that. And he said, well, okay. You can have the bull of heaven. The old gods knew the power of the goddess, even though, it had been turned around where she's the daughter. Originally, of course, she's not the daughter, she's the mother of the gods. But that's how the myth got turned around. This myth is a very interesting myth of a hybrid of the old goddess culture myths, the old creator goddess, created the gods and the humans, and the new male god, sky god mythology. It flips back and forth from one point of view to the other. And Anu, her father, said, well, if you're going to send down the bull of heaven, have you taken the precautionary measures? I mean, the people will be out of food for 7 years, and there'll be a tremendous famine and so forth. And she said, I've seen to it. They've got grain stored up. They'll be okay. They'll survive. She sent down the bull of heaven, which some people say is a drought. Some people say, I prefer the notion that it was like a flooding. Tigris and Euphrates Valley probably flooded, had numbers of devastating floods that simply wiped out, because it said the bull of heaven came down, killed 100 men with his first snort, and his second snort, another 200 men, and another 300 men, wiped out hundreds of people, wiped out the cities, wiped out a major disaster, in other words. Gilgamesh and Enkidu attacked the bull of heaven, and in a great struggle, during which Enkidu leaped up on his bull's back, grasping him by the horns, leaped up on the bull's back, as they later on did in Crete at the bull games. And while riding on his back, seizing his tail in one hand and the horns in the other, and then Gilgamesh cut into his throat and heart with a sword, killed the bull of heaven with a great crash, and dragged him into the city, adding to their great accomplishments. And Ishtar was even more incensed, because now they had killed this semi-divine being that had been sent down by the gods. And the gods sat in council. And the oldest of the gods, Anu, said, they have killed the forest giant Humbaba. They have killed the bull of heaven. One of them must die. let it be Gilgamesh, the one who cut down the cedar trees. And Enlil, the god of the sky god, said, no, Gilgamesh is my special protege, and it should be Enkidu who gets killed. Enkidu saw this whole scene, this god council, in a dream. And Shamash said, I don't think you should kill them at all, because after all, I helped them out. They came to me, offered me sacrifice, and I gave them allies. And Enlil got enraged at Shamash. See, the gods get enraged at each other. And said, yeah, well, you're like, you just go down there and hang out with those humans all the time. You're a real troublemaker yourself. So the decision was Enkidu was going to die. And Enkidu, actually there's an extraordinary story too, but even before he has this dream, where the goddess Ishtar goes up on the city walls and complains and inveighs against them. They've killed not only the forest giant, now they've killed this bull of heaven, this special animal that she sent down. And they're both defiant, and they say basically, fuck off, we don't care about you. That wasn't inscribed in the tablets. I added that in. And Enkidu, it says, took the right thigh of the bull, which might actually be a gloss for the penis of the bull. We don't know. It says, took the right thigh of the bull, and hurled it at the goddess, and said, this is what we'll do to you if we catch you. So they were naughty boys, to say the least, in relationship to the gods. They defied the gods. They insult the gods. This is what we still do. All the naughty boys in the big companies and the government. So after it was decided by the gods in council that Enkidu should die, Enkidu became sick and ill and started having these hallucinations, and had a vision of the land of the dead, where all the great kings and emperors, people of power and the priests and all were wandering around in this dusty gray world with no light, and sitting at tables with dust and eating food with dust, and the land of the dead. And he had other dreams, and he had visions, and he thought about his animal friends that he had left long ago, and he cursed, as I told you, the hunter, and he cursed the woman. And the god came and said, no, don't curse the hunter, don't curse the woman, they gave you this. And Gilgamesh was weeping and saying, oh my God, what am I going to do? I'm just going crazy, I can't stand this, you're my best friend, you're my closest, think of all the adventures we've had together, and all the good times we've shared, and we're so close, and I'm going to miss you so terrible. I just can't tolerate this. What am I going to do? And Enkidu gets sicker and sicker, and he has this fever, and he's hallucinating, and he's raving, and 7 days, and 8 days, and 10 days, and then finally he dies. And Gilgamesh goes crazy and tears off his hair, his clothes, and starts wandering through the wilderness, crying his name. And Enkidu, my brother, my friend, my other self, has died. What shall I do? I must go on the great journey to find the secret of life and death and what this is all about. And that's another whole part of the story, which I'll leave for now, having told you the story of how Enkidu, the wild man, came to the city through the woman. How Enkidu and Gilgamesh, together as hero warriors, fought and slew and cut down the forest and killed the spirit guardian of the forest. And how Enkidu and Gilgamesh insulted and rebuffed the goddess. And how then the price was paid, and that the animal part of the man dies. Eventually the man himself dies also. The animal part, the body part, dies first. And there's one counterpart I want to mention to you of this experience that Gilgamesh has in relationship to the goddess. Why does Gilgamesh say to the goddess, I don't want to be your lover because you're such a faithless goddess, look to the other people. What is that? And it came to me that that experience is analogous to an experience that I had in the desert when I first, on a wilderness vision quest, when I first realized that Mother Nature, so-called, does not give a shit about me personally, does not care for me personally, that I can be wiped out by a falling rock, a sudden drop in temperature if I'm unprepared, or losing my way, a landslide, any number of things, in which my personal existence, my personal accomplishments, my personal happiness, security, well-being, recognition, reputation, none of those mean a whit for nature. That's why the limitation of so if you try to have a personal relationship like a lover to nature, I love nature, sort of romantic ideal, you're likely to get clobbered, you're likely to get killed, because nature, as Maria Gimbutas called out, the old goddess is not really a mother goddess. That's the limitation of that mother metaphor for nature. It's an okay metaphor in one sense because it indicates we're a family. But it has a limitation because a mother is not like that. It means that you don't really take care. We are responsible for our own relationship to nature and for impeccability in our relationship with nature. We have to be observant, we have to be attentive, we have to study nature so we know our part in it and how we can survive and live in an adapted way with nature. Otherwise, we get... so that to me is the insight that's behind Gilgamesh's rejection. It's a kind of a petulant, spoiled adolescent kid, who's rejected by the girl when he wants his first date kind of thing. But that's the experience behind it. It's the basic recognition of that nature is personally neutral towards us. I mean, she's not against us either. That's a misinterpretation of Gilgamesh. She's not out to do us in. Nature is doing her own thing. We are part of it. But it's not for us. So neither for us nor against us. She's neutral. But the petulant male adolescent who gets his ego bent out of shape says, oh, you've rejected me. I don't want to be your lover. I can't be your lover because look what happened to all these other guys. But we all get killed by nature in the end. Maybe by other people, but that's nature too, isn't it? So the story of how Gilgamesh Enkidu comes to the city, how the human makes peace with the animal wild man within, they become companions, which is the true relationship for them to have, how they then get overbearing and lose it by going and killing the forest, guardian spirit, and then by rejecting the goddess and nature in a personal way, rather than understanding their proper role in relationship to nature. And then the final illusion, the last story, is that Gilgamesh thinks, well, he should be able to do something that will allow him to be immortal like the gods, and he has to learn that lesson too, that that's not going to happen. So that's the end of this part of the story of the hero, the goddess, the hero, and the wild man. Oh, hawk.
Why don't we... And all myths that are authentic and haven't been rewritten for daytime television maintain a kind of dreamlike, surreal quality. And so I'd like to tell you a story that I came upon a few months ago and was delighted, and I tell it to you in the hope that you can perhaps help me to understand it. Like all good stories, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but I felt that there must be something important in it because it was very easy to memorize. So that clued me to the fact that there must be something in it. And this story comes from that ultimately pivotal moment in Western civilization when the last outpost of the goddess culture, which was Crete, Minoan Crete, fell and was in the process of falling to the pirate paternalists of Mycenae, who, with advances in shipbuilding and an economic base built on grain, were beginning to conquer the eastern Mediterranean, and one by one the last bastions of the goddess religion were falling. There were also great earthquakes in the eastern Mediterranean at this time, which also contributed to the disruption of this civilization. And the story that I want to tell is a story that occurs from the very oldest stratum of Greek mythology. This is not about the pantheon of classical or even Doric Greece. This is an older story, Mycenaean, perhaps older than that, going back even to the pastoralists coming out of Africa and into the Fertile Crescent. It's a story set in a setting which is probably familiar to most of you, although this story is only told in Pausanias and alluded to in Herodotus, so it is not a story that even classicists are too familiar with. Robert Graves, in his 4-volume study of Greek mythology, gives it only passing reference. You may recall that King Minos was the king of Crete, and that he was most famous for having built a labyrinth in which to house the Minotaur. And I'm sure you know the story of the traversing of the labyrinth. And perhaps you know that King Minos built the labyrinth, had need of it, because his wife, Queen Pasiphae, was an extremely sensuous and experimentally minded young woman. And she became so interested in the sexual habits of cattle that she had Icarus, the craftsman who was later to break out of this scene on the Daedalus, the guy who was going to break out of this scene later on the first flying machine. She had him fashion for her an artificial cow in which she hid in order to have sexual union with the bulls in the royal flock. And out of this hanky-panky came the Minotaur. And her husband, trying to cover up this series of faux pas, built the labyrinth, installed the Minotaur in the labyrinth, and they grew older and did less swinging and began to settle down. But then comes the story I want to tell, which is a few years later, the king and the queen, apparently under quite normal conditions, conceived a child who was in due time born. And this child's name was Glaucus. Glaucus means blue-gray, and is to this day a term preserved in taxonomy to describe the blue-gray color typical of the peyote cactus and of the bruising reaction of psilocybin mushrooms. And young Glaucus had the run of the royal palace at Knossos. And in his 6th year, he was exploring the pantries of the palace. And he discovered a huge urn filled with honey. And he took the lid off the honey urn and was reaching into it and fell into the honey and was drowned and died there. And no one knew what had become of the son of the king and the queen. And there was tumult, as you can imagine, in the court. And eventually Queen Pasiphae, in a state of complete hysterical distraction, went to the great seer who advised the king's generals and the king's weather makers. And she said, you must find our son. And the seer looked into the surface of oils poured on water and burned hyssop leaves. And he said, my magic is not sufficient to find your son, but I can lead you to one who can find your son. He said, the person, and this is the part of the myth which is so bizarre that you suspect that there must be textual corruption or some kind of misunderstanding because it's so weird what follows. The seer said, the person who can lead you to your son is that person who can compose the most apt simile on the tricolored cow in your herds. What the tricolored cow is, what kind of code language we're dealing with, can only be a matter of conjecture. But obviously the story at this point is couched in a secret language which conveyed meaning only to the initiates. So the king and the queen commanded each citizen of the principality to appear before them and compose a simile on the tricolored cow. And there was a man there, a minor philosopher, whose name was Polyeidos. And Polyeidos, you only have to have spent 2 weeks in Greek before you transferred out to something a little less horrifying to know that Polyeidos means many ideas. So Polyeidos, the man of many ideas, went before the court and he proposed a simile, which, according to the account of Pausanias, was brilliant. He doesn't preserve it, and hence it's lost forever. But whatever this simile was, it carried the day. And Polyeidos was actually a very humble man, a minor healer and magician. And he was puzzled that out of all the people in the kingdom, he had been chosen, or he had, by fate, been singled out as the one who could solve this extremely racking dilemma of the lost son for the king and queen. And he said to the king, I have no idea how to go about this, how to find your son. And the queen flew into a rage and said, he should be sealed into a crypt with the body of our son. And he can come out when he comes out with our son alive. And so Polyeidos was seized by force. And notice now the motifs of incarceration, the dark night of the lab. And as Polyeidos sat there bewailing his fate and rending his clothes and calling out on the gods to help him, a snake entered the chamber through some unseen tiny chink. And the snake approached the corpse of the child lying in a dripping pool of presumably dark attic honey on the polished stone of the sarcophagi. And Polyeidos emerged out of his reverie and struck out at the snake and killed it because he was afraid it would violate the body of the child. And then, seeing that the snake was dead, he went back to his reverie. And a few minutes later, a second snake appeared and came to the body of the first snake and reacted very violently. And before Polyeidos could move to catch it, quick as a wink, it was across the room and lost through a small aperture in the floor. And hours passed, and the depth of Polyeidos' despair grew and multiplied as he realized the hopelessness of his situation. And then, suddenly, the second snake appeared again. And this time, it was carrying in its mouth a branch of a small herb. And it approached the corpse of its companion and regurgitated the branch into the mouth of the dead snake. And the dead snake was revived, and the two snakes went away. And Polyeidos was struck dumb with amazement. And he called to his jailers, and he described this herb to them, which was well known to him for its use in other medical matters. And the herb was brought to him, and he chewed it up, and he regurgitated it into the mouth of the corpse of young Glaucus. And the child was revived. And Polyeidos' ass was saved. So he emerged, and the king and the queen were jubilant, and the court was jubilant, And the king said, "You can have anything that you wish." And Polyeidos, who was actually a foreigner in Crete, said, "I want to journey to my homeland. I want to return to my homeland." And King Minos was on the brink of granting the boon when Queen Pasiphae intervened and whispered in his ear and said, "You cannot allow a magician of this power to leave the kingdom. We must somehow gain his knowledge before we allow him to depart from us." And so King Minos backtracked and made a different deal and said, "You can return to your homeland, but first you must teach all your magical arts to my son Glaucus, who you have resurrected." And so Polyeidos, not liking it, but seeing the power of the king, acceded to the demand. And over the course of many years, he taught all his shamanic and magical arts to Glaucus, and he schooled him in all of the esoteric knowledge that had made Polyeidos the unique person able to find the lost child. And finally, he went to the king and said, "I have taught all I know to your son. Now fulfill your promise and allow me to leave your kingdom." And so the king was agreed. And on the appointed day of departure, a royal retinue accompanied Polyeidos to the quay where he was to grab the boat out to Syracuse. And they were embracing, and the last goodbyes were being said. And finally it only remained for Polyeidos to make his departure to Glaucus. And he approached Glaucus, and he said, as my pupil, as the one that I have initiated, I have one last request. It is that now at our farewell, you spit into my mouth. And Glaucus thought it was a bizarre request, but he did as his master bade him, and Polyeidos boarded the ship, and they cast off and sailed away. And as the royal family was standing on the quay looking out to sea, Glaucus realized that all the magical information that had been given to him over the years had been contained in the glob of spittle, and that the master had reclaimed his knowledge and sailed away. So that's the story of Glaucus and Polyeidos.
One sort of funny part is that in the original, at first you said they couldn't find the body, and then you said they knew where the body was and needed to revive him.
Oh yeah, I blew the story. Polyeidos, once chosen, he dreamed and saw the body in the honey, but they were so flipped out that the kid was dead that the fact that he had found the body didn't buy him much slack. Yes, thank you for clarifying that. Now, the reason, let me say a little bit about it, is a very interesting story. I found it while I was searching for proto-Hellenic myths related to mushrooms. And there's something funny going on in this story. The fact that the blue-gray child is preserved in the honey and then is resurrected through the intercession of another herb, an herb known to the snake. And recall from the Genesis myth that the snake is always the keeper of the vegetable secrets. It was the snake who had the inner skinny on the flora and fauna of Eden. And so the snake comes bearing information that then concerns this herb of immortality and the ability to resurrect the dead. And it shows, I think, the very late persistence of these Paleolithic themes of shamanic power carried and transmitted through plants. If any of you have any other insight into this, why, perhaps in the afternoon.
Glaucus may have been eaten a mushroom and gone into some kind of coma state where he appeared dead, then the task was to revive him, so they found an herb that restores people who are apparently dead. In the Gilgamesh story, there's also an herb of immortality that the snake absconds with. And the snakes have always been especially credited with knowing the secret of regeneration because of their sloughing their skin and all that.
Well, you know, people in Mexico who go to Huatla and places like that and collect the mushroom, the on-the-road, old-style way of preserving the mushrooms was to put them in honey. And it turns into a totally black mess. It turns into the alchemical prima materia. It turns into the exudate of the grave. But if you have the courage to eat it, it is then reborn inside of you. And honey, the role of honey as well, any of you have read Levi-Strauss, Honey and Ashes, and The Raw and the Cooked, know that, this is a symbol of semen, of sunlight, of sweetness. I mean, it's a very rich kind of symbol. There are even, it's reputed, hallucinogenic honeys in the Amazon. This is a whole unexplored area where nobody has ever been able to walk into a laboratory and slam down a quart jar of hallucinogenic honey, but there are persistent reports filtering back from wild-eyed travelers. The metaphor of honey, the manas from heaven, yes.
Do you recommend preserving mushrooms in honey?
No, I don't recommend preserving mushrooms in honey if you have a good freeze dryer and modern refrigeration. But otherwise, you see, the honey draws the moisture out and it like candies it and crystallizes it and makes it impervious. Honey is highly antibiotic. Nothing rots that is immersed.
You have to eat all the honey? Terence, can
Yeah.
you make sure that they actually talk into the microphone?
Yes.
These questions?
Mr. Coffey is going to... You had a story to tell. No? Oh, I tailored myself to your needs, sir. Now I have nothing to say.
Come on, you can't back out. Yes, I can.
Yes, he can, as a matter of fact. Well,
It's not a story, but it's sort of a joke.
She has a joke.
A joke.
It's a deathbed joke. When I was deathing my father, a couple of days before he died, he told me a dream. He woke up and he said that he was sitting on the top of the peaks, and the elders came and gave him the beads, and they contained the secrets of the universe, and they went through the rosary of all the beads and showed him all the secrets of the universe. And he understood that he was going to die, and that he'd been given this gift before he died. And then they left him there, telling him that they would see him. And he looked down in the beads, and he couldn't remember any of the secrets of the universe.
Yes, well, there's something about dreams where meaning, puns, or some great truth is portrayed, but it can never be quite brought back. And it seems simple, silly, profound, but mostly difficult to remember. And a friend of mine, the closest to my mind that anybody ever came to capturing this, was a friend of mine told me about a dream he had that was very complex, and many, many things happened, but in the final scene there was a raft covered with Edwardian furniture and naked mermaids, and it was floating out to sea, and the mermaids were waving to my friend who stood on the beach, and the last thing he heard them call out to him was, "Deja vu! Deja vu!" He said, "This sounds like it means something." Well, anyone who wishes to say, I mean, you don't have to feel constrained. You have to feel constrained. No, I'm kidding.
American Buddhist says that snakes are the goddess. That any symbol of the snake that you see in archaic something or other is the goddess.
Well, too bad Maria Gimbutas can't mud wrestle Sigmund Freud. Sure, the caduceus.
I'd like to invite people also, in terms of telling stories, also dreams, I think would be, often do contain good stories. And, you might search your memory, particularly for dreams. I mean, I have a personal interest. I think it kind of ties in with the theme of this weekend, and this theme of the wild man or the wild woman, the wild creature, the half animal, half human part of our own nature. If you ever had a dream about that seemed to be about such a being, this would be a very significant dream, very centrally related to what we're talking about here.
There was a book published very recently that I enjoy plugging because the guy is so perverse, and he's a post-structuralist, Marxist, Jacques Derrida, labor organizer, rationalist type. But he wrote an amazing book about ayahuasca called Shamanism, Colonialism, and the Wild Man. And if you want to be plunged into the world of real shamanism as it is practiced today among very sophisticated people, I mean, this guy got it. His name is Michael Taussig, and you have to take off your hat to this guy because being an anthropologist at the University of Chicago and a Marxist, he took it over and over and over again, not sipping it. He actually, just got flattened with these people and talks about it and just throws out the gauntlet to orthodox anthropology. And he's no true believer. This is no Carlos Castaneda. This is somebody very few of us here would actually be comfortable with, because you can tell this guy is abrasive, thinks everybody else is a moron, thinks people who hear voices should see a psychiatrist, and yet you get the whole thing. It's all there. Shamanism, colonialism, and the wild man.
And the thing that I got from that book was that what he points out is that the people in the Amazon region, having experienced 250 years of savage colonial oppression, are returning to ayahuasca to heal themselves and to to retreat, as it were, to restore themselves and to heal themselves from the outrageous wounds and humiliations imposed on them by the colonial robber barons that run the rubber plantations down there, who regularly torture and massacre the Indians just for sport, and convert them to slavery, basically. And so the ayahuasca is healing and also reconnecting them with their original existence in the jungle, which is fits with his Marxist analysis of the major human cultural patterns being a reaction against economic oppression and so on. And the role of hallucinogens there there is other evidence for that in Africa, for example, where the tribe that uses the iboga root, from which ibogaine is derived, are the Fang people in the Congo area, and they themselves say in their visions and their descriptions of their journeys with it, which they say puts you in touch with your ancestors, and they acknowledge their own ancestors who went on these had to do these great migrations to get away from Muslim and Christian soldier armies and so forth, and credit and even another people, the pygmy people, who lived even further in the forest. So the Fang are village dwellers, and so they credit the iboga and the use of the iboga, having learned that from the pygmies, who showed them this is how you live in the forest, which is the earlier stratum, really the wild, even more wild than they were. I mean, from our point of view, they'd be wild, but this is even further, more nature, deep forest. So they learn from them how to reconnect with that living source in the deep forest and at the same time escape the depredations of the colonialist oppressors.
It's interesting, in the case of iboga, there's no known reference to it before 1850. So this is like a use of a hallucinogen in a tribal context for which there is no evidence of great age at all. The peyote use over a widespread area is also similar. The older stratum of archaeological digs in the southwest seems to indicate that peyote use came in fairly late. this brings up a point that I wanted to make in discussing and imaging the figure of the shaman, which is not to get into a naive cult of the wild man. Some of you may know the book The Rio Tigre and Beyond by Manuel Cordova Rios, or it's by F. Bruce Lamb, but it's about Manuel Cordova Rios, who was a great ayahuasquero. And he describes going on curare collecting and rosewood collecting expeditions into really uncontacted tribal areas in the Amazon. And there he would meet people brewing ayahuasca, completely bare-assed, scarified, hunter-gathering types. And they didn't know how to do it. And it was weak. He took it with them, and it was just a stone drag. So if you know the book, you know that he himself had this history of involvement with ayahuasca. So he made it for them the way he thought it should be made and showed them how to make it. And they had no resistance at all. They said, "My God, you really know how to do this. Our whole culture will now be different. You know, we've just been making weak tea." So there is this thing about how the real access to the shamanic mystery is a shifting doorway. You never know where you're going to find it. When we were in the Amazon in '83, we were dealing with pretty authentic tribal people and asking them about these orally active DMT drugs. And the best they could do was to say, well, I saw my grandfather make it a couple of times before he died, and he died 20 years ago, but I think I could make it. The tradition was just in the act of fading away. But then, among the pharmacology students of the University Nacional de Peru, we found that with the help of Harvard Museum botanical leaflets, they had reconstructed these aboriginal drugs so that they were extremely powerful and hit the mark every time. So shamanism is not the depth of a shaman's authenticity is not measured by the authenticity of the culture. The woman or man who is a shaman, it depends on their unique personality. My brother once suggested that a good definition for a shaman would be an extra-environmental, and that this is the attitude to cultivate. Be a stranger everywhere. Always stand on the outside. Always be the alien. And you will have the proper attitude for furthering in yourself the tendencies that make you into a person who sees deeply into reality. Another way of thinking about a shaman is it's a person, this is the definition I created when my son was much younger, and he asked me, what is a shaman? And I said, a shaman is a person who knows how the world really works. And this is the task of every one of us, to find out how does it really work? How does it really work? You inherit always a cultural model, which is relatively trivial and idiotic, and in all complex situations will fail you. So how does the world really work? And to what degree does the cultural model stand in the way rather than serve as a springboard too? In the case of our own culture, I think quite a bit.
This thing about the disappearing knowledge reminds me of something I wanted to share with you too. Is some of you may know this woman called Anne Armstrong, who's a very, very gifted seeress, psychic we call her, or intuitive some call her now, seeress. Somebody who can tune into personal and meta-personal kind of larger cultural visions of the past and the future. So she was once asked in a context of a small conference about the history and future potentials of psychedelic plants and visionary plants. And she got from her vision that said something like, well, these kinds of psychoactive visionary plants have been used by humans since the most ancient times for the purpose of helping humans come closer to God, basically, using kind of God language, or we might say in a more abstract way, come closer to a real understanding of the evolutionary design of life on this planet and what our role really is. So the kind of role of psychedelics that we've been talking about here. And but what happens, and that the intelligences, the conscious beings that inhabit these plant forms, plant species, reach out to the human world, essentially, to establish this kind of cooperative, symbiotic, mutually supportive evolutionary relationship. But then if humans start forgetting what the purpose of that is and start misusing the plants for their own personal purposes, then the plant spirits withdraw. And they withdraw into the recesses of history. So they become inaccessible. Like Terence was saying, the knowledge is lost because the people are no longer using it for the purpose for which the plants really want them to be used. You know, this is like really treating the plant spirits as equal intelligences to us, not as something to be used, but as something to be shared and communicated, exchanged. Or the knowledge becomes forgotten, like with the mushrooms. They were regarded as a myth up until the 50s. You know, still in the 20s and 30s, there were anthropological texts that referred to the magic mushroom as a myth. I mean, a fairy tale, in other words, a non-true story, a fantasy. And until the 50s, until Watson rediscovered Maria Sabina up in the mountains of Oaxaca, brewing and doing the mushrooms velada, that was the belief. Or another way they become inaccessible, you know, the Eleusis ergot beverage was lost. Of course, it was suppressed. The Somer thing was suppressed, or lost, or both. And or they become another way they become inaccessible is by being made illegal, prohibited, as happened with LSD and all these others very, very quickly. See, becomes accessible. Same with MDMA. MDMA was used like LSD was for about 10 years by therapists and serious people wanting to use it to explore the potentials of the human mind. Then at a certain point, a certain threshold gets crossed, people start realizing the potential for making profit by distributing it to large numbers of people who otherwise wouldn't really have any interest in it. It's manufactured not for the purpose of helping people expand their consciousness, but for the purpose of making certain people rich. Then it becomes illegal immediately. And then it becomes illegal, then you got the various maniacs, the perverts, the exploiters, the barbarians, the people like Manson, and who completely misuse it, pervert it for the opposite of what it was originally intended to be, and it becomes essentially inaccessible.
It's interesting to try and understand how this kind of knowledge could ever be lost. I mean, like Soma is a good example. I mean, the whole of the Rig Veda, especially the 9th mandala of the Rig Veda, is just this ecstatic hymn to Soma, to some kind of intoxicating plant juice thing that was expressed in a series of pumps and grinders that was the central mystery of this invading Indo-European civilization for a couple of thousand years. And then around 1000 BC, for inexplicable reasons, even the knowledge of what this plant was seemed to be lost. Well, how can such information that is so central to a full experiencing of human potential, once found, ever be forgotten? And I think that the only scenario that I've been able to come up with that would account for something like that is if you have a visionary plant and it's used by the population, but then you specialize and create a professional class that uses it. And then that professional class makes it illegal for all other classes. And then the professional class, which is using this entheogen, coincidentally is also the ruling class. Well, then when the lower echelons of society have had enough of being ruled, then there are slave revolts and popular uprisings, and the priestly class that held this secret as its own source of power is probably wiped out to the last bald-headed priest, and with them dies the information. So the holding close of the information is the first step toward losing it.
Well, and I think the other aspect of that is the active suppression by the priest caste of the knowledge. They don't, and the same pattern exactly happened in Europe with all the witches, the herbs preserved by the witches. The ruling priests of the church, and in India, I think something similar may have happened. The priests always want people, like Blake says, the priesthood abstracts the deities and says, we have a special relationship to this deity. And we are the ones, we're the experts, we'll intercede for you, we'll be the intermediary. You talk to the deities and they'll talk to you through us. We'll tell you what the gods say, because we have this superior connection to them, and you do what they say, and you pay us. You support us. That's the deal. And the people buy the deal, and then part of the deal consists, and then you can't take the medicine, because the medicine would make the people communicate with the god directly. That's what the peyote Indians say. A white man goes to church and talks about God, and an Indian goes to the peyote teepee and takes peyote and talks with God. So the priesthood immediately, they don't want people to have mystical experiences, whether with mushrooms, soma, herbs, datura, no matter what it is. And then they want the power and the wealth. They control the power and the wealth anymore. Finally, they said they don't need to take the mushrooms themselves either. Because actually, if they continue to take the mushroom, they would, or the psychedelic, they would have to question their own power trip. So they rather want to maintain the power trip rather than constantly question it. So they suppress it. I think the only way soma could have been wiped out is by systematic suppression.
It's
like
all
the
there in Genesis. Yeah. I mean, basically the story of this struggle over access to a plant and the first prohibition. You can do anything you want, but do not eat of the fruit of this plant. And then the tree of knowledge, and the other source is saying, you will become as him. You will know your true condition in the cosmos. Well, is it that you will know your true condition in the cosmos, or is it that you will be cast down into an unending and eternal hell unto the 1000th generation? This is essentially Nancy Reagan's position. So the issue is knowledge. The true, if you look for an archetype of the shaman in the Western pantheon, the archetype of the psychedelic user, it has to be Prometheus. It is Prometheus who steals the fire from divinity and carries illumination down to the human species.
In a fennel stalk.
And for that, must suffer the most outlandish torture and indignity ever dreamed up by the Western imagination.
I have a story.
Okay, and then we'll break. Get your mic and do your thing.
Okay, so I want to change from the image of the primordial man, the sort of primitive man of nature, who is the other half of ourselves, to the primordial man in the sense of the wizard or the genie or the excellence.
The immortal.
The immortal one in us. And in this story, his name is Khizr, who is a Muslim figure who kind of runs around on the edge of reality, rather like Elijah for the Jews. Elijah was taken up in a chariot of fire and never died. And and so he's always present, and he can come to the rabbis and sit after midnight and stand in front of their desk and teach out little pieces of scripture to them. And so Khizr comes to people in their dreams or in vision. And in the Hindu tradition, Babaji is this man. So the story starts with an ordinary man living in a small village on the frontier of Afghanistan and southern Russia there. And he's the official in charge of collecting taxes, the weights and measures. So people who come through, they go through him. And he has a perfectly nice life with a wife and a child and so on, and one night in the middle of the night comes to the foot of his bed this figure, Chezer Nabi, and he's dressed in an emerald green cloak with an emerald green pointed hat, and they have gold and silver stars and sickle moons embroidered upon the cloak and the hat, and he has a long pointed grey beard and piercing green eyes, and these eyebrows curl up at the edge. And he says to the little man, meet me at the river in 3 days at sunset. And the little man is totally trembling, and he wakes up in the morning and goes to his little tax office, and he tells the big boss who's in charge of him, excuse me, but in 3 days' time I have to leave and I'm quitting the job now and I can't do anything about it. And they say, and the rumor spreads through the village immediately, he's gone mad. He's gone crazy. And his wife comes to hear of it because he doesn't have the courage to tell her himself, and, oh dear, he's gone crazy, what can we do? Perhaps we didn't feed him the right food, or whatever else he takes. But anyway, 3 days later, he's standing at sunset at the edge of the river, and he sees far upriver coming towards him this man with a great emerald green cloak and the tall hat and the pointed beard. And they meet and they acknowledge each other, and Chezer says, jump in the river. So, shall I continue?
Yes.
Oh. So he jumps in the river. Robert Bly taught us that when the storyteller stops, then you're supposed to encourage him to go on, otherwise he doesn't know it. Maybe he's boring you, you know? So, oh, good.
Tell us what happened next.
I was trying to encourage you, you know, just in the traditional way to make you know that we love your story. So he jumps in the river, and fortunately he can paddle a little bit and swim a little bit, so he's in the river and it's carrying him, and it's nearly dawn when a small fishing boat comes by and sees him and says, oh, you're nearly at the mouth of the river, it's dangerous here, and they take him up onto the boat, and they take him to shore where they have a small hut, palapa they call it, yes, and they make him help them with the nets, and they feed him, of course, from the fish that they've caught, and then they take him out with them in the early morning, and they teach him how to read the stars, to know what time of the night it is and when to set out for the fishing. And they teach him about the tides and about the seasons. And then one night he's sleeping in his little hammock in the fishing village, and who should come by but Chezer Nabi, who says, leave here before dawn, walk over those mountains, and see what happens. Shall I continue?
Yes, continue.
So he comes to a green valley over the mountains, and he sees some men harvesting and putting the wheat up on a cart and carrying it to the farmhouse and coming back for more, and he stands by the road watching them, and they call him and they say, hey, this is the harvest time, come and help us. So he helps, and he loads the hay, and then in the evening he's in the farmhouse and they sit him down at the table with all of them, and the next morning he's up for breakfast, and it's the farmer's daughter who brings him the porridge and the cereal and everything, and it's looking quite nice, and he learns about planting and about the seasons and the autumn and the springtime and how to keep the seeds. And he's quite interested in the farmer's daughter after all, and life is not so bad, and there's cream and there's honey. And then who should come in the middle of the night but Chezer, and says, without saying goodbye to these people because you like them, before the dawn comes, leave and go to that far city and become a dealer in furs and skins.
Go on.
Yes, each time he gets right up in the middle of the night and rushes off with nothing. They'd given him a small salary, so he had to take the money that he'd earned and go and set himself up. So he goes there and he buys some skins, and soon, because of his non-attachment and because he didn't really do this out of ambition, the gods smile on him, even though nature is indifferent. Sometimes if your mood is right, then those nymphets and other devas and goddesses who inhabit nature can actually help us and give us the illusion, I think, that nature is on our side, even if it really isn't. So he has this illusionary experience and becomes quite rich, and one of the main merchant ladies of the city takes an interest in him, and they decide that they're going to buy a house together, and then improve their investments and share their knowledge of dealing in things. And they're putting their money together and discussing this, and they found the right house, and who should come in the middle of the night but Chezer Nabi with his emerald green cloak and all his paraphernalia, and said to him, "Give me the money you've earned," which is the part I really like about this story, "and go to that small village in the mountains and apprentice yourself to the potter." Or is it the greengrocer? I always change this part of the story. Anyway, shall we go on?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he goes, he gives the money to Chezer, and he goes to the small village in the mountains, and he apprentices himself to the greengrocer, and people come to buy their vegetables and so on, and they talk to the greengrocer, and they pay him, and they talk to the greengrocer's assistant, and then they go away and they feel nice. And then some of the ladies in the village have a headache, and they go to the greengrocer, and they come back from the greengrocer, and their headache's gone. And then someone's sick, and they go to the greengrocer shop, and he isn't there, and they just speak to the assistant, and they go away and they're not sick anymore. And so this becomes a byword in the village, and finally the leaders of the village come to talk to the person, and then even the scholars from other places come, and they examine him, and they ask him to tell them what it is that has brought him to this deep knowledge, and which marvelous teachers he has had, and which theological schools he's studied in. And then he tells them the story of his life. I don't know if you remember it. I could tell it again. Would you like me to tell it? No. And so they make up some story which makes it very important, his life. And they say, well, he's really hiding the truth from us, and he must have studied with this great Peter and with this great teacher and had these tremendous initiatic experiences. And it's simply called The Story of the Man with the Inexplicable Life. And my question out of it is how the primordial man and the kind of alchemist, how they play against each other and with each other in our struggle to become more than just our human self, to discover our natural primordial self, and also to discover this godlike self.
Well, anyone who's written a curriculum vitae has grappled with that problem. Okay, gang. That's it. We'll meet here at 3.
One small announcement.
So it is not a metaphor that we are in a state of symbiotic abandonment to our mother. It isn't a symbolic statement at all. It is simply a true statement that we are so far out into the history game that we don't understand this, that our ennui, our existential angst is all because we don't know jack shit about what's going on. And the reason we don't is because we have accepted prohibitions against finding out what's going on. We are infantile, as a matter of fact. Our whole spiritual engine of transcendence is infantile. It rests on the daddy figure, who is the priest, the guru, the wise man, some beady-eyed character from Bengal or elsewhere who's going to just straighten us all out. There is a complete kind of wrong-headedness that we have inherited as part of our historical legacy. It's that we do not value direct experience. We do not trust ourselves. We do not pay attention to the immediate input from the living world. We are always casting away from ourselves. What do the experts say? What did Buddha say? What did Plato say? What did somebody on the other side of the world? What are they saying now? We give ourselves away. And the reason is because we are bereft. You know that phenomenon of the 40-year-old guy with the sports car and 3 marriages behind him? This guy is desperate. He is bereft. I always think of that amazing phrase in Lady Chatterley's Lover, where Constance Chatterley faces the fact that she is, as she says in the book, to be had for the taking. And to some degree, we all have reached such a state of spiritual bereavement and abandonment that we are to be had for the taking. And this makes us susceptible. It makes us marks, to use a word that's dear to William Burroughs. Shamanism is an effort to get outside the carny midway, to actually walk between the tents and to discover the cool night that is going on away from the sound of the change makers and the barkers. And this, it has to do, I maintain, and I become less and less tolerant of any other view, which is either a sign that I'm slowly losing my mind, or I'm slowly eventually I'll just be like John Lilly, I just won't give a shit, really say what I think. But I really believe that authentic shamanism is psychedelic shamanism. And then people say, and nobody's said it yet, but it's okay to say it, can't you get there some other fasting? That I'm not saying that you can't push consciousness around, and I'm not saying that you cannot induce psycholytic states of self-recognition, states of abandonment of neurotic behavior patterns and that sort of thing. Certainly these things happen, but this informing impossible mystery, this thing which need not exist at all, so far as we can tell, it is entirely a gratuitous mystery, this informing sense of the other that approaches us with poetry and jeweled machines and visionary vistas of the far future and lost races in space and biological destinies possible but untried, that is not approachable any other way. And I think, that all this lineage mumbo-jumbo and the close holding of secrets means you don't have a strong hand. If you're holding your hand close to your chest, it's because you're afraid to play it. And the shamanism that is happening at the most primitive cultural level is shamanism that is willing to show its hand. I mean, they don't tell you that you're not pure enough or celibate enough or haven't mastered textual proficiency enough. They just say, yes, come with us into the woods, and we will show you what we know. And what we know is that we don't know nothing. And this is how we found that out. We found it out by putting ourselves at the mercy of something that we absolutely cannot understand, something which cannot be boiled down to serve ideology. This horse cannot be broken. Any priest who tries to ride it will be thrown for a loop. Any politician who tries to ride it will be trampled beneath it. It is a true mystery. And the male ego, that reductionist, Newtonian, Cartesian, positivist approach, always pushes for closure. There is never satisfaction unless there is explanation. And yet explanation is a fool's game. Anybody can create an explanation. The history of thought is the history of one cockeyed explanation after another, which is immediately perceived as ludicrous once it becomes outmoded. So the mystery is not an unsolved problem. It is a true mystery. Nobody knows what is going on. I don't think any tradition has taken the measure of this or operates in the light of it. The people who actually handle the molten alchemical ore that pours out of the furnaces of hyperspace have very little to say about it, have no interpretation to offer. It's the public relations people and the priestcraft people and the people who have a book they're selling. They are just full of information, explanation, denunciation, adoration, so forth, and so on. But the people who stand close to the mystery are silent. And what I would like to put across, and what I'm always trying to put across, and what is very hard to put across even though we say it over and over again, is how real what we're talking about is. It is real. It can just shake your teeth out. It is very fine to sit under the teaching tree and talk about psychedelic drugs. Do you know how much this is like being smashed on a psychedelic drug? Not at all. Not one iota. Because what is required in the actual confrontation of the thing is that all this theory, all this tradition, all this self-examination is brought in to the focus of the moment. It is existentially real. You are being tried and you are being tested by a thing and an agency that you cannot know. And this is very different from getting a laugh from an audience or a paycheck from an institution or your book reviewed in the newspaper. That is all dross and foolishness, because we all know that there are weasels everywhere and that your position in human society is no indication of your existential validity. But if you can pass through the fire of the psychedelic experience, and it is a fire, the hexagram Li, the clinging, is the sign of the psychedelic experience. It is the noetic fire. It's the fire that descended on Pentecost and gave language to the apostles. If you can pass through that fire, then you have made a pact outside of history, outside of the validations and value systems of men and women. You have found authentic being. And it's a great challenge, a great controversy. People, react differently. They want to preserve this particular tradition which mitigates against it, that particular tradition which mitigates against it. The fact is, we can only say what we know. And I diligently sought existential validity in the various rumored Sothic oases in the landscape of human aspirations, such as yoga, such as sitting, such as, and it's just a matter of shopping around, and finding out what actually sets your knees knocking, what actually makes tears of joy run down your face spontaneously, what actually can make you grovel and plead for mercy. And it is this force, this real invocation of real spirit. It is a dark night of the soul. It is an ecstasy, apotheosis, apokatastasis. It even happens outside of Greek. It is pure challenge met and overcome, pure self-authentication. And in a world where we are just buffeted, used, set against one another, misled, misconstrued, lied to, and controlled, nevertheless, you can just push between the tents of Carnival Row and walk out into the woods, and there you find the spiritual life waiting. There you find the limpid Sophic waters of the Tao that were always there. And it's a matter of courage, not of finding the guru, not of seeking the answer. Anybody who is seeking the answer is in flight from the answer, because the answer is not sought, it is faced. You know what it is. You just have to face the demands that it will make upon you, because it isn't easy. Somebody isn't going to pass by your prostrate form and touch you on the head and tell you you're enlightened. It's going to be burned out of you the way the dross is burned away from the precious metal in the alchemical furnace. It takes courage and commitment and a willingness to make what Plotinus called the flight of the alone to the alone. This is what shamanism is about. We do have a good time with each other. We do have a good time with all these drugs and copulating furiously upon them and making metaphors with them. But the truth is that it is the narrow neck that challenges us, and the narrow neck that authenticates us. And when you pass through it, each time you come to the other side, you've taken a step along the path of knowledge that is irrevocable. You are not set back. Nature loves courage. Nature is an infinitude of doorways opening into authentic being, calling to us with the voice of our ancestors, the spirits of the planet, the time travelers that rove the centuries ahead of us, and who knows what else. The whole fact of being is a palpable, ongoing, continuous miracle. And we know this. We feel it. But we are the programmed victims of a death-dealing society. So our task becomes, I think, to use the empowerment that these kind of gatherings give us, and to use the self-recognition that we can each have here, that we are not alone. That, I'm saying this because I'm glib, but we all know it. That's how I'm able to say it. It is elicited from the group mind. If it weren't in you, I would be incomprehensible. So we form then an understanding. And then we each are strengthened in the private trials of our souls when we go to meet these things, when we try to hammer out a relationship to the ally, when we try to hammer out a relationship to the denizens of our own unconscious. This is life authentically lived. And I'm sure that you're probably like me in that you come to these kind of gathering points from a much more mundane life, a life of a scramble for sustenance and whatever career mongering we're all doing. Very few of us have a chance to keep the white-hot image of ourselves as a skywalker in front of us. But nevertheless, this is the fact. This is the internal myth that drives us and delivers knowledge and delivers authentic being. And it takes a very, very small number of people to make a change, especially when the change is not resisted. Because what we're saying is not menacing to the establishment. It's utterly incomprehensible to the establishment. So we can formulate in our benign neglect, we can formulate our own self-image. And when finally in the chaos of the world, we are asked for what our answer would be, what solution we would propose, it will be all there, all finished, ready and waiting. This is how mutation, real mutation, occurs in biological populations. It isn't that there's a mutation and suddenly it works better and so it takes over. No, it's that the mutation is always there in the background and is never significant until the conditions change. It gets dry, it gets wet. Suddenly, those mutant genes that allowed an organism to survive in wetter or drier conditions make all the difference. So we are a residual mutation that will not die, that is carried along in the bloodstream of the beast, and every 20 or 30 years or so, like the hatch of locusts or the coming of some other natural phenomenon in the ecosystem of the planet, there are waves of reform and of transcendent hope. It begins in America with the transcendentalists. As part of that now, we have only to bide our time. This shamanic model is at the very centerpiece of the new society that will be constellated if there is to be any future society at all. That's it, I think. Well, now we should talk more. I mean, that's just it's like a summation or what I wanted to do out of it. So now we should react against this and
let me give you also, okay, when you talk for your honest, let me just take a few minutes, not long, to give you one other mythic image to think about that I've recently come into focus again, which relates very much to the kind of apocalyptic millennial types of discussions and images that Terence has been conjuring. And that's the story of Kali in Hindu mythology. Ajit Mukherjee, who's a scholar of Indian tantric art especially, has just produced another one of his extraordinary books, and it's called Kali, the Feminine Force. In Hinduism, especially Hindu Tantrism, the goddess is regarded as the dynamic life force. Consciousness is thought of as basically inert and needing to be galvanized into life by the dance and the power of the Shakti, which is the female power, and you get these symbolic images of Kali dancing on the inert body, lying prone on the ground, sometimes with an erection of Shiva, and sometimes just lying as if dead, and she's dancing on his body. That's their picture of the entire universe process. So, as you know, they also have this vision of 4 descending world ages of increasing density, tightness, and darkness, and evil, and degradation and degeneration, after which the whole cycle starts over again. And we're now in the middle or end phase of the Kali Yuga, the fourth and tightest and most grimmest phase of the cycle. And the story that relates to that is that Kali is born out of the head of Durga, who is herself the feminine form of Shiva as the destroyer transformer, who is a warrior goddess, Durga, and she goes around slaying demons. And there comes a time in which the Asuras, who were basically demons, and they're male demons. The Asuras, sometimes referred to as violent gods or jealous titans, or something analogous to titans in Greek mythology, and the closest to anything that the Hindus have in terms of like something like the devil. It's not there isn't one figure that incarnates evil. They're basically, the Asuras is sort of like a cosmic mafia. They basically break all the rules and do everything opposite to the gods. The gods are trying to help the evolutionary process along, and then the asuras are trying to do the opposite. They're into power and violence. And the humans are, of course, caught between these two factions, and plus the animals and so forth. They've got their own trip going. So there's this time that comes when the asuras, the activities of the asuras, the violent fighting and control trips that the asuras, the fighters, the warriors, the militarists, male, run on each other and on other people, other beings in the world, gets totally out of hand, and the gods become alarmed. Like in the story of Gilgamesh, and they say, we've got to do something. These asuras are getting out of hand. You know, the world itself is being threatened. This could have repercussions on other systems and so forth. And the gods go to Durga, and Durga says, okay, it's time for Kali. Produces Kali out of her head, and Kali proceeds to deal with the situation by devouring all of the male demons, the asuras. And you see these pictures of their bodies, and heads and arms cut off, flying through the air, and Kali just shoveling them in. So what is that image? This is the image that some people, New Age people, refer to as Gaia, the earth, doing the corrective action needed in order to deal with the imbalance created by an amok technology applied by paranoid militarists. And the kind of devouring, that's in fact what is happening. Asuras, as well as, of course, many humans, are being devoured. Heads and arms and limbs are flying through the air. War, torture, famine, pestilence, all the four horsemen of the apocalypse. That's all the Kali age. That's the balancing process of the earth going on. And I'll just give you one other reflection connected to that, which is that this theme that the earth is redressing the balance. You get this out of a lot of the Indian prophecies, the Hopi prophecies. The earth is going to go through this time of purification, and then there's various myths about the elect being able to take off in time and so forth, which needn't concern us, but the emphasis on the purification. So what form does that take, see? And one of the things that I was shown in one vision was that if it got to the point, if the ecosystem degradation got to the point that a violent reaction became necessary to turn the thing around before it being blown up, let's say, then what would happen would be an ecological disaster on this planet. That would be the Earth's response. An ecological disaster of such proportions, global proportions, that it would take the entire combined cooperative use of all of human resources of all countries and nations simultaneously, diverted away from a military technology, which is where the bulk of it presently goes, and a concerted effort to deal with the problem, forcing people to cooperate against a common enemy. And that is, in fact, what I think is going to happen. And I think it's going to happen during the next 10, 20 years. The ecological crisis will grow to the point where many people feel, myself included, that's already reached that point, where it is an unmitigated worldwide disaster that dwarfs everything else, including nuclear war, because nuclear war, after all, is a threat. It's a possibility. It may never happen. The eco-disaster is already happening. It's in full swing. The greenhouse effect and the population explosion are only the two last factors that are gradually dawning into people's consciousness as adding and multiplying the factor even far beyond everything else. The greenhouse effect, which is really misnamed because greenhouse suggests something positive that promotes growth, the greenhouse effect is actually a heat trap, a planetary heat trap or fever condition of the planet that we're in and that we have no way of stopping. The best we can do now, according to the latest computer projections, is to slow it down, to slow the inevitable rise of at least 1 degree overall global temperature, which could result in major disasters worldwide, including the desertification of the entire American Midwest grain basket, will either take 20 years or 15 years or 25 years, depending on the kind of action we take. So, this is the significance of the Kali, the myth of Kali, which is Gaia, which is the earth correcting herself and redressing the balance, purifying herself, doing a corrective action. So I wanted to share that with you for further reflection.
The image that I always hold of all of this, because I try to be a rationalist and an optimist, and it's very difficult to be both, I think. But I don't think we ever slipped out from beneath the control of nature.
No.
That man is not some kind of abomination run amok inside what would otherwise be a very ordered and pleasant situation. It's that the planet itself is destabilizing. The last 10 million years have been more unstable, with more glaciations than the previous 100 million years. And the appearance of human populations is simply to the present moment, the most extreme example of the destabilizing forces loose on the planet. But evolution does not proceed at a steady rate. It appears to go faster and faster. And historical time is like the career of intelligence just putting the pedal to the floor, and you're pushed back in your seat and you begin to accelerate. This is what history is, and we are now accelerating at such a rate that, as Ralph very eloquently pointed out, there are processes in motion that are real and measurable that show beyond a shadow of any controversy that we are living in times such as have never been known before. The dissolution of the ozone in the atmosphere, the clearing of the Amazon, the pandemic spread of diseases and information, the complete globalizing of the whole human family so that we essentially do live in a global village. What happens in Bangladesh and Argentina and Anchorage is all reported everywhere in the same day. The kind of ecocatastrophes that Ralph mentioned, the AIDS epidemic is one of these. The AIDS epidemic, like the spread of nuclear weapons, another epidemic, have been wonderful stimulus to sober thought about our condition. And, I believe that the Chernobyl disaster in the Soviet Union was really what turned the Kremlin leadership toward rethinking their foreign policy, because the explosion of a single power plant was like dropping a drop of ink in a glass of water and watching the entire glass of water turn slightly gray. And we're talking about the atmosphere of the only planet suitable for human life that we know of. And people just said, my God, when 3 Mile Island nearly melted down, if it had melted down and the federal capital of the United States of America had to be relocated 100 miles to the south, this would be a more ecology-conscious nation today. I mean, we got through by the skin of our teeth. But the image that I think is large enough to contain the violence and the desperation of the situation and still offer some hope is the image of birth. That we are somehow the children of the planet. We are somehow its finest hour. And this may grate on some people as anthropocentrism, but I actually espouse a certain kind of modified anthropocentrism, because I don't think we're like fruit flies and giraffes and even, God save us, dolphins and chimpanzees. There is something different about this species. The evolutionary biologists say what it is that we have maintained, we are omni-adaptive. The strategy of other animal species is to define a niche, a tight set of conditions, and then to perfectly occupy that niche. We don't do that. What we do is we redefine niches. We remake things so that we can go there. We dress ourselves so that we can inhabit the Arctic. We invent fire so that we can keep it with us, so forth and so on. We are some kind of experiment that nature is indulging herself in, an experiment with the efficacy of epigenetic codes. Previously, the coding system that has been ubiquitous throughout nature has been the evolutionary code of the nucleotides that form the codons of DNA, that code for the structure of proteins that then compete in a kind of structural environment of adaptability. But the epigenetic information that we carry through song, through writing, through dance, storytelling, and electronic media is a whole different ball game. We do not forget. We bind time. We bind the past. We anticipate the future. We are going hyperspatial. We are claiming a whole new dimension for biology that it never claimed before. Always before, biology has operated within the confines of the immediate moment. But with the invention of writing and mnemonic skills, and still more so with the proliferation of electronic media, we are actually becoming a fourth-dimensional kind of creature. Our past lives. Our future is somehow with us. And you'll recall early on I said that the shaman journeys through time. The shaman is the paradigmatic figure for the future state of all humanity. What is happening is a birth process. And in the same way that a fetus and its maternal matrix eventually must be parted, or else toxemia sets in and threatens the life of the mother and the infant, in that same way, we seem to have been groomed for metamorphosis into our own imaginations. This is where we are going, and this is what our peculiar cerebral, self-reflective property is about. Now, history is a wink of God's eye. 25,000 years maximum, a geological instant, which begins with people chipping stone flint and which ends with people walking through a violet doorway into, what? Galactic citizenship. A super civilization spread throughout space and time and through levels and continui that we can barely conceive of or imagine. I mean, we are like Paleolithic man staring dumbly into his campfire and seeing there the shimmering towers of Babylon and Memphis and Athens and Rome and New York and saying, you know, what is it? What is it? What is it? It seems so important, it looks so familiar, and yet it's utterly incomprehensible. Our future is our mystery. Our destiny is to live in the imagination, and the historical process that we're going through is not, I think, cause for despair, but it is a major transition point in the life of the entire planet. And I would like to think that 1,000 years from now, the planet will be empty of human life. That, you know, the forests will be creeping out into the grasslands. The animal populations will be stabilized. The sequestering of heavy metals will have been completed. And the planet, like a woman who has just given birth to an 11-pound baby, will just breathe an enormous sigh of relief. And we, following our shamanic inclinations, following the self-transcending image of shamanic flight that leads us to build space shuttles and starships and L5 colonies, we will have followed our imagination into the unimaginable vistas of artistic creation that are our true destiny and home. And we are now in transition, the most difficult part of any birth process. Blood is being shed, there's screaming and groveling and waves of tension sweeping through the planet, sweeping through the human population, but it is an anticipation of a higher, wider, freer, kinder kind of being that we have always held up as an ideal for ourselves with the notion of the shaman, the superman or woman who knows the secrets of the animals, moves with the subtlety of the wind, is always capable of appropriate behavior, is at home everywhere, and leaves no mark. It's our aspiration. It's our guiding image. What we need to do, I think, is articulate.
It leaves works of art.
Yes, it sheds works of art.
Leaves records.
We excrete ideas. We leave a contrail of artifacts as we move through time. And they're rotting in the jungles of Belize and Guatemala. They're parched on the sands of Egypt and Iran. And there are more artifacts ahead of us. An endless shedding of our architectonic and imaginary dreams as we move toward the quintessence, which is the self, which is this transcendent object at the end of time that has cast this vast shadow over our dreams, our poetry, our aspirations, our art, our self-image. And we can each know this here and now. The psychedelics put you in on the joke. You no longer are caught in the unfolding drama. You have seen the end. You have acted as a go-between. You have discovered the way in which the world actually works. Well, now I'd like to hear from some of you, if we can tie this up for people. Sure. This gentleman. Oh, yes, microphone.
Well, I basically agree with a lot of things that you have been talking about, Terence, and giving the mass of thoughts and information, I'm trying to just answer and put some points out that I feel important in the whole context that you are talking about. One is just a simple thing in the beginning. You talking about psychedelics. I didn't quite get whether you make a distinction between synthetic psychedelics and organically grown.
No, I make a definite...
Yes, I know that you make the difference, but within your talk you mentioned LSD at several times in a way that I got the impression that you look at LSD as something that is not synthetic.
Well, LSD is kind of a borderline case. I'm probably under the spell of Albert Hoffman's recent visit. LSD-like compounds occur in morning glories and were the basis for certain hallucinogenic rites among the Mayans and the Toltecs. LSD is a sort of a hybrid. Ultimately, I suppose I would be sort of anti-LSD because the problem with LSD is it's so easy to make 1 million hits. And 1 million hits is not a party. 1 million hits is a governmental problem. And that's what undid LSD, was the fact that it was so easy to manufacture truly society-disrupting amounts of it.
But that was its main function. Most likely.
Well, but don't you think a burrowing from within strategy might have gotten further? Like, I believe that the reason Leary decided to use LSD in the Harvard experiments was because Michael Hollingshead made the case to him that they could manufacture so much of it. Leary's original inspiration was psilocybin, but there were physical constraints on its manufacture.
Oh yeah, the facts are. I just think that, you know, I might not have done it that way, but that's the way it happened, and that seems to have been what the historical process came. That was what the historical process came up with. Something that could be manufactured could be in large amounts, giving hundreds of thousands of people access to an experience that before only a few had had. So like reaching that kind of hundredth monkey mass quantum mass action threshold.
I mean, thinking in these quantitative terms is a very male thing, and I just wanted to put this question because my experience with my own experience, as well as what I have seen in many other cases with other people taking LSD, is that it is extremely affecting your body, and that it is creating confusion, possibly, and that you should at least take into consideration that it is developed by a Swiss company, and even Albert Hoffmann, that who I really appreciate as a wise, nice old man, is a man still, and it is done in the whole context of patriarchal chemical work. Sandoz is destroying the River Rhine, and besides all these things, they have developed LSD.
Yes, well,
okay. I just wanted to mention that very briefly. It's not the main point that I wanted to come to.
Can I answer it anyway?
Sure.
Basically, I agree with you. I bend over backwards to be liberal because Ralph once accused me of being the most conservative person he knew. But I think you're right, that the fact that it can be manufactured means it can be manufactured badly. And what you want when you take a psychedelic is something that you know where it came from, you know what it is, and you don't have to worry about, were people orphaned, or did evil people manufacture this, or is the money being used to hold down black South Africans, or so I think plants. My advice to someone who takes it seriously, who wants to get right on this issue, is grow your own mushrooms. You should grow your own mushrooms for several different reasons. First of all, if you can successfully grow mushrooms, you probably can take them, because in the process of growing them, it has taught you cleanliness, punctuality, attention to detail, all these traits which are very useful then when you take it. And then you know what you have. You've watched grain, rye, a human food, turn into pure psilocybin, and it all happened in your own basement. So no middlemen, no question of sources, no question of international chemical companies, so forth and so on. No, I think you're right to be very sensitive to this issue of synthesis, origins, and the karma of these things. But now go on.
Well,
please.
your answer is even an answer to my next point, which is that we have been talking a lot about whether or not taking drugs, which is, from my impression, not even a serious question for most of the people here. But the more important question that I found was not dealt with enough is the question how we take it. We live in a culture where we have not many tools or transmissions of knowledge how to use properly plants, and what you're just saying about mushrooms is a very good point, how we can learn to deal with something properly instead of just buying it and consuming it. And the last remark to this question of how, where I would like to hear maybe a few sentences from both of you, is the point that, because I think Ralph mentions the mysteries of Eloises at a certain point, and what I know, or one point that I remember, is that people were only allowed once in their life to get this visionary experience. And you pointing out that the visionary experience is maybe the most important, I would say, I mean, in shamanic cultures, quite often it was just the shaman who would go for the visionary experience and then had the challenge to share that with his people, and not everybody was just going for a visionary experience. And what happened in the psychedelic movement was that everybody was going for visionary experience again and again and again and again, without, or even by doing that, losing his motivation of bringing his vision back to his life and to his people.
Well, people don't know how to do it, you're right. And so maybe it's useful. I mean, this is certainly tying up loose ends. I feel like this is where we really soar out toward the edge and stretch the envelope of the institution. But you must know how to do it, right? And so how you do it, in my humble opinion, but based on experience, is first of all, you take a committed dose. You don't take some namby-pamby, piddling, testing it out, toe in the water kind of dose. Because, even in the gospel, Christ says, it's the lukewarm that I vomit out of my mouth. Don't bring me any dilettantes, no dabblers, no drugstore cowboys. So you take a committed dose. What is a committed dose? A dose that when you think about taking it, you feel fear. That's a committed dose. So you take a committed dose. And then you take it on an empty stomach. And then you take it in silent darkness. Leave your Walkman alone. Forget Mozart. Forget the Pink Floyd. Forget Bach's choral preludes. It's ridiculous. All that stuff sounds fine without these things. And this is heresy to some people. I mean, to some people it's all about choosing the music. Again, this selling out, what the hell? You can't illuminate your mind without having a synthesizer diddling in the background. So, silent darkness, committed dose, empty stomach, and then it's very simple. You lay down, you shut up, you close your eyes, and you look at the back of your eyelids with the expectation that you may see something. Now, people have in describing this back to me, people have called that the McKenna method, which seems to me just, you must be nuts to think of it that way. Because I talked to someone, I won't name him, but a great researcher, widely published researcher in psilocybin. And he'd done 80 trips and given it to 25,000 people and so forth. And I said, well, what did you make of the hallucinations? And he said, I never closed my eyes. And I realized, that these guys are just quaking with terror. And a lot of people, the main reason in the 60s, I saw a lot of people who took LSD for one reason only. Committed dose in a shamanic situation, and and now I'm not advising this. This I do not advise, but this is how I do it. I do it alone. I have never understood the obsessive need people have to take drugs in groups. It just makes my flesh crawl. And the only time I've ever been able to do it comfortably was with Amazonian people and mestizo people where there was a language barrier. But if I take a psychedelic with somebody, then I listen to them breathing, and I hope they're all right, and I get all tangled up with are they all right, and should I say something, should I not say something, and it just turns into this mother-hen thing that I can't stand. And often when I take psychedelics alone, I pass through a place where I say to myself, boy, I'm sure glad there's nobody else here, because I think this would really alarm them. At this point, people would be reaching for 411, and since I can't, it's not going to turn into an embarrassment for me. So I think, committed dose, silent darkness, empty stomach, lay down, shut up, be still. Keeping still, the I Ching says. It's all in keeping still.
Okay, so far to set and setting. And the last thing that I wanted to mention in this context, that from my own experience, there is more than just this set and setting and dosage. which has to do with the cleaning of the gates of, how do you say, Pforten der Wahrnehmung?
Perception, doors of perception.
Doors of perception, because in my own case, and again what I saw with many other people happening is that if you still have some narcissistic patterns in your system or in your psyche, things, you first of all will have difficulties to stay in a place like you can do that. And what happened to many people is that they either got difficulties to handle that situation and would do all kinds of things that would damage themselves, or if they would go through, they would run around with some kind of omnipotent feelings. I mean, there is serious research being done about the fact that Hitler has taken mescaline and got some of his visions, so not through his dark and deep wounded soul, other than he did.
Well, eventually it becomes an aesthetic question. I mean, you know, the trick with psychedelics, as with life generally, is to be in good taste. I mean, it is not tasteful to vomit on your partner or declare yourself the world messiah. This is embarrassing, and it's happening, but it's inappropriate. I just think, you know, the rules don't change when you take psychedelics. You still, there's no license to be a jerk. The thing about narcissistic hang-ups and stuff like that, usually I just feel that the person hasn't done enough, and that sometimes you really have to clobber people, that the dose is insufficient.
That's a good response to. But let me just briefly ask, in terms of your basic question on how, to Terence's suggestion, which centered mostly on dosage and setting factors, practical, down-to-earth physical factors. I would emphasize the factor of intention, i.e. set, more than he has. And to me, actually, intention is the single most important criterion for a productive kind of experience. Terence is basically assuming a clarity and authenticity of intention. And many people who experiment and dabble in psychedelic drugs, as he was saying, you know, do it for all kinds of reasons, such as being able to say that they've taken it once, or because their friends suggested it, or because they want to be less insecure about their sexual hang-ups, or whatever it may be. The intention, if whatever your intention is in going in, the entire flow of the experience will be a response to that. You may not understand what the hell it means, or what the significance really is, and that's your challenge then to try to figure out, and that may take you years and months. That's why for some people one psychedelic session was in fact enough. Not because they were afraid to repeat it, quite the contrary. That was the thing that connected them to their source. They got their instructions, and they can live with that the rest of their lives. Other people make a specialty of exploring various other areas and exploring the possibilities of tools and applying them in various contexts, such as healing or creativity. I also feel that in a way we're in a much more experimental age, and that ties back than the traditional shamanic societies were. While I personally lean towards testing out and working as much as possible with the tried and true ways, not because they're shamanic, but because they've been tried. They have in fact worked. They've demonstrated their ability, but that does not preclude the possibility that there may be new ways of working with these medicines that are still have integrity in relationship to the basic evolutionary purpose of how you're approaching it, but that may be completely new. Such as, for example, and that could apply even to equally to synthetics or semi-synthetics like LSD or plant substances, to use them in combination with techniques of yoga, with techniques of birth. I personally know of many instances where these breathing techniques, or known as the name of rebirthing, have been very effectively combined with low doses of MDMA, where the MDMA adds a kind of a catalyst making that kind of technique much more effective, or conversely, during an MDMA experience where a person gets stuck in a certain way, then using a breathing technique that they've already learned to dislodge them from that stuck place. So I think the possibilities of also I think the thing Terence says about the totally committed dose, the full trip, yes. I think there are also possibilities of low dose kinds of experiences that allow a certain different kind of entry and access to the other worlds, not as radical, not instead of, or not that one is better than the other, but it's another dimension. I feel about these plants that they are allies. They're tools, but they're more than tools, because along with the tool comes a living intelligence, someone that you can respect and communicate with. And so it's more appropriate to call it an ally in your work, in our work of fostering the evolutionary process on this planet. And so the only reason I continue to work with it is because I've encountered the allies. Unexpected. I didn't know that when I was in graduate school, much less even undergraduate or college or high school, that I would one day be working with teaching plants that can tell us about what it is like to be a human being and what the proper role of human beings on this earth is, and what we are to do. Nothing could have been further from my imagination. And yet it's presented, and I've come to accept the arrival of a new tool or a new ally, such as one of these plants, as a sign almost that I'm on the right track. I'm on the right track. Suddenly you meet somebody who's like a powerful guy, say, hey, I know where you're going, I know how you're trying to get there, and this will help you. I say, thank you very much. Respect and honor that. And try to understand as much of what's going on, knowing that we'll never know everything there is to know. There are things that, the interesting distinction, Terence was talking about the mystery, and I think this is the key to it. It's being open to the mystery and maintaining our openness to the mystery. If we close ourselves off to the mystery, if we have answers, we're lost, we're dead. Or as punk gangsters now say to one another, "You're history, man." Right? They've done something that's offensive to them. This is the insult. "You're history, man." History, man. So if we close ourselves off to the mystery, we're history. The backwaters, bye-bye, humans. And that's happened before, according to the records. And so anything we can do to keep ourselves open to that mystery, and also recognizing that there'll be some areas that we'll never know. The mystery itself has this allure, It has a magnetic attraction for us. We want to explore it. It draws us out of ourselves. And yet there are also realms that, and Castaneda talks about that in one of his last books, that are not only unknown, but unknowable. Unknowable in principle. We will never know. And to recognize the difference between those two realms can save us a lot of time and trouble. Because if we try to go into the realms that are in principle unknowable, we're likely to get very, very confused.
I like to say that I've taken LSD over 1,000 times.
Let's get the microphone or else
Okay, I'd like to say something or ask directly about the subject of how to, which you've been discussing. And I'll say it in as quickly a way as possible so you can put your answer together the way you want. Potential problems in taking this. I've said to people, have you taken a lot? Have you ever seen this stuff? And they haven't quite been in the dark. I've gone out, and it's hard to find a place that's dark. There's a lot of lights everywhere.
Well, no, you don't go out. You just close the door and turn out the light.
Then the question is, I talked to Kat a little about this, and she said, no, don't do it in the city. You're absorbing all the vibes of everybody around you.
Well, it's true. We live in the country, but it doesn't have to be pitch. You just take your cone tent and go out to Joshua Tree and up a canyon and...
So you agree with the thing about not taking it in the city?
No, I think it's totally weird to take it in the city.
But
as long as, before we move on, one thing I'd like to say about technique, it may seem small here, but it someday may save you great wear and tear in a tight situation. And that is, if you get into a place in the psychedelic that is difficult, Western people seem to freeze at the controls. And what you need to do is sing and recognize that sound is a tool for pushing energy around. And you can just move past an unpleasant exhibit by chanting your way through it. And all the things that we're taught as spiritual tools, mantra, yantra, mudra, all these things which never work worth a damn most of the time, work perfectly in that state. In fact, that's probably what they were designed for. I mean, all these things are totally frustrating to me, but in the psychedelic state, yantra, mantra, chanting, singing, drumming, as advertised, can move you through these spaces. Let's give somebody else a chance. A woman back here, either Gigi or the lady in the...
It's not on.
It is.
Is it? Yeah. I just had a question about ritual. You mentioned the Terence method and everything.
Disgraceful, but yes.
Yeah, well, that's good advice. But so I was wondering what other rituals you do repetitively other than just like the normal brushing your teeth kind. But do you?
You mean in my personal life?
Yeah. Is there anything that you do every day or every other, month that you just...
I spend as many hours a day as I possibly can smoking cannabis. This is a practice.
This is the secret of Terence McKenna's philosophy.
Thank you very much.
This is a practice that I've adhered to since my 17th summer. And, God knows if I'd put in the same amount of time on yoga or writing plays. I also throw the I Ching at the new and full moon.
What are you doing to decriminalize marijuana?
What am I doing to decriminalize it? Well, I always talk about it whenever anybody asks. It's funny how rarely the subject comes up, even in groups like this. It's almost as though marijuana is the poor country cousin. We're all here talking about 5-methoxy, hydroxy, this and that. And the lowly cannabis weed, which has been with us since before the Vedas were a gleam in some Indo-European warlord's eye. It's very interesting how the metaphors of cordage are also the metaphors of creativity, that we weave a story and we spin a yarn. And all the connection between fibers and cognitive processes has always been well understood. I think cannabis has a bum rap. What I'm doing to decriminalize it is being fairly out front about my devotion to it. I just think it's trivial and silly, and it's like trying to outlaw masturbation or something. It has to do with having a torqued notion of human nature. These things exist I mean, I'm not recommending that for everyone, but when I was young, I was what's called a nervous child. And the first time I had a hit of cannabis, I realized that I could self-medicate myself to normalcy and be just like everybody else. And so I did that, and I don't know if it's the proper place to tell it, but once I became concerned that I did too much smoking, and so I decided I would quit. First of all, I wanted to see if I could quit, and then I wanted to see how much of my interior life was actually riding on this ocean of cannabis ingestion. So it so happened that the conditions for the experiment were perfect, because I was arriving on a small desert island in the Seychelles group in the Indian Ocean, and had rented a house on this island in order to write a book. So I had this Mombassan bomber weed and a lid of it, and I just rolled it up and nailed it above my kitchen door and decided that I would not smoke until I had finished writing this book. And was relieved to learn that I had enough self-control that this was possible. I mean, I didn't sleep a wink for 8 nights, but I did not resort to breaking my pledge, and I slowly realized it was all right. What it seemed to do was I spent a lot more time reading and had much more interesting dreams, and otherwise it didn't seem to be any big deal. And I wrote this book then, and it took me about 6 weeks, and I promised myself that when the book was finished, I would then allow myself to smoke up this lid of weed before I left this island. So finally I finished, and I was very diligent. I wrote every day at 8 a.m. till noon. I typed, and then I would take my dogs and explore this island. I had this very set regimen. And finally the book was finished, and I rolled these huge bombers and dragged my lawn chair out under the coconut palms and waited for the sunset to get really going, and then I just flared and consumed about 3 of these things in about 5 minutes. And I was just waiting for this sense of relief and accomplishment and clarity to sweep over me, and this thing began to happen, and I pushed it away, and then it came back, and I pushed it away, and finally I realized I had to look at what this was, that it was just becoming overwhelming. And then I looked at it, and what it was the incontrovertible, instantaneous, deep, unarguable realization that this book I had written was dog shit. And I was just frozen just sitting in this chair quaking with this realization. And up to a half an hour ago, I had this vision of myself returning triumphantly to Berkeley like Lenin entering Moscow with the tome raised high. Don't worry, brothers and sisters, it's all figured out. And I realized, that it was a catastrophe, an abortion, a monstrosity. So I just was, really set back. So then I just shrugged my shoulders and said, oh, okay, I will smoke day and night until I can try and save this thing, if it can be saved. And I did. I did smoke day and night, and I did struggle with this thing, and it was not possible to breathe life into that corpse. This book, I'll just tell you the title in order to convince you that this thing should have died a borning. It was called... I blush to tell you. It was called Crypto Rap, Meta-Electrical Speculations on Culture. Terrible. So I realized then, at that point, that I was a fool to try to navigate life without cannabis, and that it would just get me in terrific trouble, and that I lost my way and couldn't make judgments and had no discrimination and so forth and so on. Anybody? Yes, sir, you've been struggling mightily to be heard. Next.
I've taken LSD over 1,000 times, and I've taken psychedelic plants a couple hundred times. And I agree that plants are superior, and I prefer them over LSD. However, real, true LSD, such as orange sunshine, is a phenomenal mystery, in my experience, compared to the rinky-dink acid that's going around these days. But to the guy who was talking about LSD, I wanted to say that LSD is not confusing. It's the environment and the accumulative unconscious mind, the things that your unconscious mind has collected, that is confusing. It's the environment and society and what they program into your computer that is confusing, not good, true LSD.
But on one level, LSD is confusing, which is that when you buy it, you don't know what you've got. That's truly confusing.
If you buy it from people who don't chant mantras and aren't into a high state of spiritual awareness and vegetarianism, I get it from people.
And I know weasels who chant mantras every day.
And they have to know chemistry.
I know where I get it. I know where I get it from.
But see, that's too much to ask of most people. I recall a conversation I had once with a psychotherapist about MDMA. And he said, it doesn't matter that it's toxic at twice the ordinary dose, because I would never give somebody twice the ordinary dose. And I said, but X, you don't understand. People pop this stuff like pretzels down on Sunset Strip. So you have to think of the fool. The fool is always with us. And, No.
I've eaten a whole sheet of 100 doses of LSD.
Well, maybe the fool is not always with us with an attitude like that. No, but it is, the thing about LSD that's confusing is the difficulty to tell what you've got until you're out in it. Shishi, what was your point? Ba 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 ba.
Being that you're both in many ways a master of words, I want to go back and pick up on this fine line that you admittedly are walking in describing the plants as an ally and at the same time describing them as a tool and continually talking about use. And I find also in the questions using the word take a lot, which is our common language around this. And people have asked some questions about the ritual. And also, Ralph, I was glad to hear, brought up intention. And I'm curious, knowing that in the Native American traditions there are very simple teachings that respect the exchange when you interact with a plant, whether you pick a piece of sage, you give a giveaway at that point, whether it be some saliva, whether it be something that you offer, that in the traditions that you have been working with, if either within the intention or within the rituals there are these kinds of giveaways and exchanges, and you might comment some more on those so that they can sort of fill our body in this way. Or you might share also some of your own if you carry that deep sense of ally.
You want to do that?
Well, it's hard to describe a ritual, and they are not only the rituals. I think Terence and I share an abiding interest in the rituals surrounding these plants in traditional cultures, and at the same time, I feel, and I think he probably agrees too, that it's not a matter of copying the Indians. We live in a different time and a different place, so I see a lot of very fruitful experimentation going on. Experimentation that's not just random, and that's informed by clear intention and by deep study and reflection, and grows organically. So I see people have numerous groups and circles of people that have worked with these substances, both the synthetic and the plants, do have serious intentions and bring to bear a certain creativity that emerges out of those experiences onto how best utilize the experience while it is a matter, I mean, the plant itself is the thing that you take, so but it's the meaning behind it, the spirit behind it, that's really significant. The significance of the psychedelic movement is not the drugs, it's the experience that was facilitated by the drugs. And that in itself then makes the plants or drugs significant. I mean, it's a kind of a paradoxical thing. I don't know if I'm getting at your question. So I think there are rituals, and one of the basic rituals that I've become most familiar with and is adapted from, I know groups that use some of these substances, you know, in a ritual that's adapted from the Native American church, and yet it's not a Native American church ritual. I would not presume to try to run, for example, a Native American ritual or try to direct one, or so, because that's something that's taught by those who have been initiated in that way, and it's passed on that way. But some of the basic core features, such as sitting around in a circle around either a fire or in darkness, and having something like a talking staff, which is a ritual that comes very strong in the Northwest American Indians, Northwest Coast. The talking staff often used in councils, and also in the peyote church, that's the staff and rattle are passed around for people to sing during the ceremony, which allows each individual who is participating in the circle experience, group experience, to express some part of their own visions through their song or their statement, and yet each person's own individual vision and journey is honored. In other words, you don't react to it, you don't respond to it, you don't give encounter group challenges, questions, arguments, and so forth. Is that getting at what you're asking? I'm not sure. Okay.
Two things about it. I'm not looking for a description, of the whole ritual per se, as much as I'm tracking what you brought up earlier in the week about, the weekend, about this memory that was way before, that there's some relationship with the plants that in our modern time and even in the traditional societies perhaps has been overlooked or forgotten or shifted. And I'm curious about the experience of giveaway, the experience of exchange, which is part of this relationship with plants, which very quickly gets lost in our language and in some of our modern usage of them as tools. So I was looking for any sort of traces of that in your own sort of use, relationship with them, and also curious because this topic has come up in terms of the cultures in which these plants are culled from or visited, that these are also the cultures which seemingly are having a great deal of difficulty holding on to their plants. In other words, the destruction of the rainforests, etc. And what is that all about in terms of this allyship?
Right. I'll just say briefly, and then
go ahead. Then I'll say something.
What I get from that was that you're asking, what are we giving the plant in exchange for what it's giving us? That's what I hear you saying. Yeah. What's the giveaway? The giveaway is the exchange. And what I've learned from the plants is an understanding of our proper role, and my particular role in life on this planet. That's the whole this whole thing of this Gaia conference, the Green Earth work that I was mentioning to you. That's what I learned from the plants. That's what was emphasized, and that's what I've learned from previous non-drug, non-plant involved shamanic kinds of experiences, vision quest, or however induced. Similar kinds of communication with animals. I had dreams with animals like whales and dolphins, or these plant spirits telling me, okay, here's what the situation. You understand the situation. Once you understand the situation that we find ourselves in, once you really face it, as Terence said, there is only one course of action that's possible for all of us. I'm convinced. I mean, it has many different forms. realizing the Gaia, the place of the earth that we're at, and what we're doing in our blindness and stupidity is tantamount in a way. It's another aspect. It's the reverse side of this vision that Terence is talking about. It's the vision that once you see it, it's incontrovertible and it's inescapable, and you know what has to be done. And it's just a matter of time and having the grace, and then to not get caught in despair or cynicism, all of which are possible outs that we've all used. Despair, cynicism, or escape, blotto, denial, burying ourselves in career, blah, 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 whatever, and just getting on with it. Clean up our act. Clean up our act. Over to you, sir.
Well, I think what a person who has a relationship with an ally plant gets out of it is an enriched and balanced inner life. What the plant gets out of it is a human being with an enriched and balanced inner life. And that feeds back then into stewardship, an inspiration for caring. We then notice that we have this partner, and agriculture was the first great example of human-plant symbiosis, and it was very important to the plants involved. They went from being rare grassland endemics to being great monocultural crops. And orthodox biologists say that successful reproductive strategy signifies successful evolution. So you can say what people got out of taking mushrooms in ancient Africa was increased visual acuity, better sex, and ultimately a rich inner life of cognition. But what the mushroom got out of it was cultivation, and by being associated with cattle, becoming like an episome on the main genetic heritage of human beings. Because when we finally do go to Aldebaran and Procyon, we will take cattle with us, and presumably we will take beans and peas and hemp and spinach. They are the cloud of genes that have managed to insinuate themselves into a relationship with human beings, so that our fate is their fate. And if the sun gutters out and is left behind by us as we radiate out through the galaxy, we will take with us dogs, cats, goldfish, runner beans, morning glories, ayahuasca, but not everything.
And is that your finding, both of you, in terms of that being the ideal or that being the sense that you personally carry? Is that your finding in the people that you work with, this birth of feeling of stewardship?
Yes, I think so. That you can't take these things without facing the facts of the historical crisis, our legacy, our bad behavior, so forth. And that when you face that, then you have to have recourse to some kind of stewardship. I don't know people who are seriously into psychedelics who don't want to change things. I don't know of anybody who says, I take psychedelics and I'm perfectly contented with the world the way it is. Then I wanted to say something else about ritual, and here again I take a controversial position, and it never would have occurred to me to take this position except that the mushroom told me this. This is straight from the shoulder. Said, ritual is a substitute for understanding. It's exact words. And I said, I don't get it. Said, if you understand, you have no need of ritual. Ritual is like a mnemonic device for touching something deeper, which is in danger of being lost. So I recall a situation where I was in the Amazon and we were collecting ayahuasca plants, myself and a young botanist who was Peruvian but very westernized. And we chopped through the ayahuasca bush, and we hadn't talked for a long time. And then as we were chopping it up and putting it into the bags to carry it out of the forest, he said to me, "Don't you think that we should have done a ritual and blown tobacco smoke over it and asked the plant permission to cut it?" None of which we had done. But as we had cut the plant, this had all been going through my mind, and I felt that the moment was so intense that ritual would have been a trivializing of it. And so then I realized that what ritual is for is to ignite attention. That's all. And you must have attention. And Ralph was very good to bring up intentionality, which is a state of attention to what you're doing. And when you incinerate a bud of cannabis or cut an ayahuasca plant or gather mushrooms, it's not necessary to perform a ritual, but it's an abomination to have an empty head at that moment. I mean, you must feel what you're doing. You must be aware that a gift is coming to you, that a life is being sacrificed so that you can deepen your experience. So I don't know if this goes to your question. Ultimately, the give-take question, I think, can be dissolved in that it really is an in-out question. What do I take? What do I give? The planet is a gene swarm, and there is only one destiny for life on this planet. It is the destiny of all of it. And when we take these plants, we are synergized to higher states of intellectual activity. This creates redistributions in the patterns of propagation and growth of the plants. We are inside some kind of huge natural control mechanism. We cannot fail to be in Tao, but we can fail to recognize that we're in Tao. And so it's always a task of bringing back attention and reclaiming a feeling of authenticity in the moment.
I guess I would reformulate your statement about ritual being a substitute for understanding in two ways. One is that I see ritual as a framework for communication and a framework for structuring your intention. The kind of ritual you perform comes out of your intention. So if your ritual is empty, a ritual empty of intention or consciousness is just that, an empty substitute for the real thing. And I also realize that, especially if you're alone, and going through that kind of an experience, as long as you are clear about your intention and you're going about what you're doing with the maximum of consciousness that you can, you are in fact doing a ritual. You're doing the essence of ritual. And when you're out in the wilderness and you do everything with as much consciousness as you can, every morsel that you eat, when you take a shit, everything, when you breathe, when you brush your face, brush your teeth, or sweep your campsite, everything becomes a ritual, which means simply that you have clear intention and clear maximal awareness. Your attention follows your intention. If you think about it. What your intention is determines what you're going to attend to. And so I think the ritual has its place, and it has to be recognized for what it is, and it has to be imbued with your awareness and your intention so that it doesn't become empty. We all know numerous empty rituals. The churches, the organized religions are full of them. And they're harmless or not so harmless diversions.
Other considerations? Yeah. Oh, take the mic, please.
getting back to the taking of such substances, Dr. Israel Regardie, who is the last in the original lineage of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn out of England.
Boy, I'll bet there's somebody who will contest that. But go ahead.
He was the last living English.
He was in that lineage anyway.
Of that lineage. And he had made the statement that he would not accept a probationer into, or a neophyte for initiation until they had undergone 100 hours of psychotherapy, because he had seen how imbalanced people could become through the work of high magic. Do you think that applies to the use of psychedelics?
Do I think psychotherapy should be a precondition to the use of psychedelics? Is that the question? God, let's hope so. I mean, I hope that's the question.
That's the question, veiled by which veils. Do you think that people who do not have knowledge of how the psyche operates, have not really investigated their own psyches, should then take psychedelics, take large doses?
Well, I don't know. Certainly, I don't think psychotherapy is a precondition to taking psychedelics. I mean, psychotherapy is, probably the kindest thing you can say about it is that it's a scam. Certainly, a person should be sophisticated about the dynamics of psyche. And I would, if Ralph's prescription to have clear intention is followed, I don't think a person would arrive at the brink of a psychedelic experience.
If you needed psychotherapy instead.
If they didn't have a healthy interest in the dynamics of the psyche. Most psychotherapy, as it's currently practiced, is, I think, just, as I said at the Albert Hoffman thing, psychotherapy without psychedelics is pissing into the wind and has done a lot more harm than good. What is clear about psychotherapy is that its efficacy depends entirely on the psychotherapist. Freudians, Jungians, Reichians, and what have youites all get the same results, which are 1/3 get better, 1/3 get worse, 1/3 stay the same. So clearly method is useless in psychotherapy. It's something about a bonding between two people to sensibly discuss hang-ups. What I think is generally felt to be true among psychedelic researchers is that early psychedelic trips tend to have a personalistic cast to them, tend to address one's hang-ups, problems in relationships, difficulty in coming to terms with parents and loved ones and so forth. But that people who persist with psychedelic experimentation quickly burn through that. One of the objections that I always sort of had to LSD was that I call it abrasively psychoanalytic. This seems to be a compound that only wants to talk about what are basically therapy issues. It wasn't like that for everybody, I gather, but it was certainly like that a lot for me. I mean, I stuck with psychedelics basically because I was so puzzled by what other people were saying about it. Psilocybin, on the other hand, doesn't seem, at least in my experience, to work that way. It immediately dresses this transpersonal, cosmic, planetary level. So my own exposure to psychoanalytic literature and therapy and that sort of thing was I read all of Mysterium Conjunctiones or Ion, and this is where the real skinny is held. I don't think you can read a better book on the psychedelic experience than Mysterium Conjunctiones. And it doesn't mention psychedelics per se, but it deals with the motifs of transformation. And no, I think that if there's a relationship between psychotherapy and psychedelic shamanism, it's that psychotherapists must apprentice themselves to psychedelic shamans and must learn what they're doing, because they're doing better than 1/3 get better, 1/3 get worse, 1/3 stay the same. Neurosis in extremely shamanically oriented societies with a tradition of psychedelics is almost unknown. And I saw these people work in the Amazon, and their intuition and their perspicacity in dealing with human situations was clairvoyant, you know. I mean, they just could go right into it. And so I think the relationship between psychotherapy and psychedelic shamanism should run the other way. To my mind, and I've made this metaphor many times, but it gives the right feeling to it, psychedelics are to the study of consciousness what the telescope in the 16th century was to the science of astronomy. And, you know, the telescope was suppressed. I mean, Galileo had to humble himself. Giordano Bruno was burned at the stake. Now they want to suppress the inner telescope, the telescope that brings the stars and galaxies constellated in the human psyche up for close inspection. Well, I suspect they shall have the same fate as they had with the suppression of the telescope. They will just be looked at as pedestrian, plebeian Philistines, and the people who had the good sense to advocate this, people like Ralph Metzner, will be hailed as forward-looking visionaries.
The only thing I would add to that analogy, I think, that of the telescope is that because the telescope, after all, is used by astronomers, or rather select elite group of people. The average man probably never in his lifetime looks through a telescope. The significance of the psychedelic drug in terms of enhancing our perception, expanding our consciousness, in addition to that, it does it has a potential for doing it for anybody, not everybody, but anybody who wants and needs it, who feels drawn to it. And so it's a tool that's unique, and this ties back to the theme I mentioned at the beginning. You know, the age of shamanic experts is over. That was the old age. I mean, there will be experts, of course. There are people who are more practiced and skilled and experienced at it. The elders, the ones who've done it the longest time, are the ones you go through for guidance and training and so forth. But it's everyone has to make their own discoveries. Everyone has to explore their own psyche. Nobody else can do that for you. I wanted to say one other thing in relationship to your question. I don't want you to take this in any way critical of your asking of the question, but I wanted to actually have you think about the assumption, the presupposition that underlies that question. Because you're asking us, in a way, you ask something like, should people who take psychedelics be required to undergo therapy? That's asking a question about who should or should not ingest certain substances. It's a control question. And I understand your intention is, protection of people flipping out and all of that. And but we shouldn't be asking anybody that question. We shouldn't be asking ourselves, basically, or anyone else that question, looking for those kind of criteria. We should take responsibility for our own path, and that will serve as an example to other people. Everyone has to find their own way. Psychedelics is not the way for everybody. There are many people who never should, in quotes, use it, and who never will, and who don't need to, and who will get quite possibly to the same spaces as we get without that way. And my always standard answer when people start asking questions about, how do I actually get there? How do I actually make that connection? Well, okay, Terence has given you an actual practical hint. Grow your own mushrooms. That's certainly a way to go. I tend to give a more evasive answer, which I really mean in all sincerity, which is that if the psychedelic visionary plants is going to be a part of your way, your path, you will find your way to them at the appropriate time, when needed, no sooner and no later. If your intention about it is clear and good, and that's not to say you may not make false starts and you may have some trips and decide it's not for you. That's okay too. There's no requirement. It's everyone for himself, and yet we're all for each other at the same time. And if you're clear about your own intention, and you take responsibility and inform yourself and be discriminating, do the best you can, that by example will spread to others. Your friends and associates and people you come into contact with will follow your example and won't need to follow your advice.
But before we leave it, I have to tell a wonderful story about the telescope, which relates to what we've been talking about. The telescope seems to be a good metaphor for psychedelics. When Galileo discovered the telescope, he was not immediately slapped down by the church. It took a few months for them to even sort out what the issue was here. And then, of course, eventually he had to recant. But in the year preceding his trial, Galileo was, of course, before the invention of the telescope, well known in influential circles in Rome as an inventor and scientist, natural scientist. So in his apartment on the rooftop, he set up his telescope and would hold small garden parties for influential Roman citizens, among them great cardinals and princes of the church who were involved in deciding the issue of whether or not he was dabbling in heretical material. So one evening he had Cardinal Roncalli of the Holy Office, which is the keepers of the doctrine of the faith, and had him to dinner and said, Excellency, would you care to look through my telescope? And the cardinal allowed as how he would like to look through the telescope, and so Galileo pointed it at the full moon, which was rising over the city, and the cardinal peered into the telescope, and Galileo said, and so, Excellency, as you see, there appear to be oceans and range of mountains on our sister world. And the cardinal looked for a long time and said, yes, but Signor, surely we can agree among ourselves that this is only a hallucination. Well, it turns out they couldn't agree among themselves that it was a hallucination, and I don't think that we can agree with our establishment that what we perceive is only a hallucination. It is, and yet it isn't. It is a true hallucination. I remember once in the Amazon, a very bizarre incident. I was lying with a fever in a hut, and some horrible thing had happened to me anyway. I was in a terrible state, and I heard these children singing outside in Spanish. And the song that they were singing, as I slowly and painfully translated it, I could hardly believe my ears. The song was, Behold, behold, the final illusion. At last, the final illusion. And this is, I think, from the point of view of historical society, what we are looking at. We are looking at the final illusion. The body of Eros, expelled from Greece, burned at Eleusis, driven out of the European mind by busy and pesky celibates, denied, repressed, cut apart, lay in wait in the mountains of the New World for the European civilization that would eventually conquer the New World. And as it burned and pillaged and raped its way deeper into the interior of the new continents that it proposed to put under European sway, at last, in 1953, Gordon Wasson glimpsed the final illusion. It lay like the body of Osiris, like the body of Eros, lost since the fall of paganism, but waiting there to spread back through this proud, vain, scientific, paternalistic, male-dominated society, and to lay the seeds of its undoing, to lay the seeds of an archaic revival, of a return to the way we lived when the glaciers were melting and the game was plentiful, the way we lived when there was partnership and goddess worship and ecstasy and a sense of community and globalism. And this is what we have found. You remember I said yesterday that the archetype of Western society is the prodigal son, the wanderer who leaves his birthright, who leaves the comfort of the village and the bride who was planned for him, and goes out and does something tremendous and ambiguous and unimaginable, and returns with the gift, difficult to obtain, returns with the healing plant, the magic word, the jeweled crown, and lays it at the feet of the mother so long parted from, and by that act creates a historical closure. You'll recall at the beginning of this weekend I talked about the hexagram that had been thrown for the fate of our planet. Work on what has been spoiled. Through the line, work on what has been spoiled by the Father. And what has been spoiled by the Father is the feminine and the planet as the exterior manifestation of the feminine, leading to the change, which is the cauldron, the alchemical vessel, the theater and laboratory of the witch's magic, the potion that transforms. And in the act of transforming nature through cooking, in the act of transforming human nature through the cooking of the historical process, we have made ourselves unrecognizable to our ancestors, even as we shall be unrecognizable to our children. But, ladies and gentlemen, this souffle is done. This pie is cooked. It's time to take it out of the oven, give the oven a rest, and spread the board. You know, with the passing of the patriarchy, I recall that wonderful line in Finnegan's Wake where Joyce says, "Grandpappus has fallen down, but Grinny spreads the board, sunny side up with care. If you want to be parked, if you want to be phoenixed, come and be parked. Because up Nayent, prospector, you're going to sprout all your worth and woof your wings." And so that's what I invite you to do. To woof your wings.
Woof your wings.
Woof, woof.
Woof, woof.
That's all I've got to say. Ralph's got to catch a plane.
I'll give you one footnote to the word hallucination and hallucinogenic. Hallucination we generally think means seeing something that isn't really there. Right? So then Terence talks, well, but what about these hallucinations that are really there? And long ago we used to say, in the 60s, we used to say, well, hallucinogenic is not a good name for the psychedelic drugs because it's not a matter of seeing something that isn't there. It's a matter of seeing something that is there but that you normally don't see. And then I looked up the original etymology of the word hallucination and found to my interest and delight that it comes from Latin hallucinare, which means to wander in your mind. It has nothing to do with illusion.
Right.
A hallucination is your experience in wandering through the psyche. A hallucinogenic substance or plant is one that induces you to go on a journey in your mind. And that's a very appropriate term for that. And whether what you see is an illusion, a falsehood, a mask, or what it is and what it means, that's up to each one to find out.
The greatest adventure still lies ahead. Want to say something? Shishi, do you want to say something?